which is the setting for the arrow theorem. So this is, after several papers, this is sort of culminated in the monograph Arrovian Aggregation Models in 1999, and his chapter in the Handbook of Social Choice, edited by Arrow, Sen, and Suzumura. It's called Categories of Arrovian Voting Schemes. Let me say that in decision theory, he has been a pioneer in an area which is the subject of a great deal of attention in recent years. And so we might call this sort of behavioral choice theory, or sort of the foundations of behavioral economics. These are models where you examine the rationalizability of so-called non-rational choice functions, that are choice functions which are not obtained by maximizing a single preference ordering over various menus. So as I said, this is the sort of foundations for behavioral choice theory, behavioral economics, and so on. So Fuad has many important contributions in this area, and papers, monographs, and so on. So just to give you an idea of Fuad's productivity as a scholar, let me mention that Fuad's 2019 Vita lists 10 books and more than 200 papers, English, Russian, and I believe even Turkish. So as he just mentioned, he's taken advantage of the pandemic to write 2 further books. So his Vita is even longer. And he's held visiting positions in several countries: US, France, Italy, Germany, Turkey, and so on. So it's a great pleasure to welcome him, albeit digitally. And he will be speaking today on the classic models of rationality, satisficing principle, and sequential choice. So let me say that it would be good if since time is short, questions should be addressed to the chat box, and since we will have some time for questions, perhaps afterwards we can have questions, individual questions. Outside the chat box, the speaking. Okay. Thank you, Fuad, and over to you.
Thank you very much, Arunava, and it is really a great pleasure to be with you. And thank you very much for the invitation. I was very honored. And so this is let's say, the topic which I started many years ago, and add some new things, and still we are working on it. And it is called classic rationality. So the very beginning of these ideas came from 18th century. In fact, even before, you see, people ask question how human beings chooses, you see. And 18th century, John Hobbes talked about maximization of power. John Priestley, very famous, discoverer of oxygen. First time, Jeremy Bentham wrote about maximization of happiness. And in 19th century, John Stuart Mill first time talked about maximization of utility. And in 19th century, at the end of 19th century, Wilfredo Pareto talked about maximization of ordinal utility. So we have here such a tree, let's say, with utility, which is divided into ordinal and cardinal and classic models. And for Neumann model of utility, maybe I will talk about it. I will not touch it today. I will talk about ordinal classic utilities, and also some generalization to non-classic cases. And I would consider this set of alternatives. A is the utility function. P is a binary relation. In fact, you see, I will talk about finite set of alternatives, but in many results which are here, easily can be converted to infinite set of alternatives. Countable set of alternatives, everything is the same, but continuous set of alternatives is resolved by counter separability property, but since it should be added every time, I will not talk about it. And the very idea of the question which was asked at that time was the following. You see, we have these very differences, or let's say utility of x is greater of utility of y, in which case we can say that x is more preferable to y. What is the property of the binary relation P? Answer was given by Schroeder and Cantor, Georg Cantor, I'm sorry, it is 1895, at the end of 19th century. And the answer was that P should be a weak order. Again, I would like to emphasize that this is for finite set. It is almost obvious result. Cantor added separability property, which put everything into the continuous set A, but I will not talk about it because it is every time you should add this property. And indifference relation for weak order is transitive. And this is very important property of transitivity of indifference relation. And if these very so-called equivalence classes, you see, we have indifference inside the equivalence class and preference between equivalence classes. If these equivalence classes reduce to be to consist only one element, then we have a linear order. Okay. And this was put into the very paradigm of choice for many years, and it was formulated in accurate way by Eiserman and Malishevsky. Eiserman was my teacher, as two so-called Condorcet properties or Condorcet principle, that if we choose from the set X capital, which is subset of A, then X should pass all pairwise comparisons with the members of the set X capital. And opposite, if it passes all these pairwise comparisons, X should belong to C, sorry, it should be of X capital. Yes? And the rational choice model, I will go rather fast because I don't have too much time, but rational choice model is considered as follows. You see, we choose those elements which are undominated with respect to preference relation, or those which possess the highest utility value in each set of X, which is a subset of A. So these are the properties of these binary relations. Indifference relation, as I told you, should be transitive in this classic case, and in 1938, it was published in 1938, was published the very famous article by Paul Samuelson about the utility functions and choice, in which preferences, and he introduced at that time weak axiom of revealed preference. And in 1939, there was an article of Armstrong in the same journal, Economica, which presented the following example, that suppose that the parents would like to present some bicycle to the child, and child, or pony, horse, but child is indifferent between horse and bicycle, but if the bicycle will be with ring, he would prefer it to the bicycle without ring. And naturally, we see the violation of transitivity of indifference relation, because we have indifference between BR and P, indifference between P and B, but we have preference between BR and B. Norbert Wiener, which was, you know, the father of cybernetics and one of the greatest scientists of 20th century, resolved this very problem. In fact, the problem came from Bertrand Russell, another great mathematician of 20th century, from a different angle. They made, not they, but Petery made first time at that time, first analysis of excavated from Egyptian tombs sinks, and they tried to use radioactive method to date these artifacts. And Wiener introduced this very model where instead of utility, classic utility, we have an interval where we don't have the exact value of utility. We have some interval, and we might only say that this is this artifact, for instance, is 3,000 years plus minus 200 years. Another one is 3,500 years plus minus 250 years, for instance. And he characterized this very binary relation, which is called interval order, with this very property of preference property. And now we have this very equation 1, and he proved, Norbert Wiener proved, that this very condition satisfies when P is interval order, and there were many other results on this very direction. Sorry? Okay. Well, many other results I will not go since I have. There were several theorems. First one goes back to Norbert Wiener, with when epsilon depends on the alternative. It was proved by Wiener in 1914. Lewis considered epsilon to be constant, positive constant. It goes to 1956, but it was made by Richard Duncan Lewis. It was published in Econometrica. And if we have an arbitrary binary epsilon, which might be negative, then we have a B order, which is due to Duchamp and Feynman in '69. In fact, I wrote my PhD dissertation about these things. But then I extended these very results to the following. You see that suppose epsilon depends on both comparable alternatives. You see, when I compare, as in classic choice, I have to compare two alternatives, then epsilon depends on these very two alternatives. And this is the first thing which mathematicians do, consider additive function, right? And immediately it's very easy to get an answer that we have an interval order. But this one is a multiplicative model, which I introduced some years ago. My epsilon, my error depends on the capital, in a sense, which I possess. If I am a billionaire, I can consider 1 million plus minus 2 million or 10 million, not very important. Or opposite, because of this beta, this might be another thing. The more richer I am, then I count every cent, you see. And if we have beta to be between 0 and 1, we get a semi-order, and my former students proved that for arbitrary beta, we have an interval order. Then I introduced, and it was published in the book, there are also several articles. It was published, I will show you, in the book with Monjardin, and then the second edition was Monjardin and Buissot. that look over here. Now you see my choice depends on, you see, as before I try to choose alternatives with highest value of utility, but my epsilon now depends on some comparable alternatives and the set itself, you see. And these are the forms of threshold. It depends on both comparable alternatives of y, of x, and only of x capital. And it turned out that this very model A and C are, A and B are equivalent, and C and D also are equivalent. It is possible to prove. And so there are only two models. And this is the example. Again, I will not go very in detail to this very example, but the idea is very simple, that there might be the case that, for instance, epsilon on this very set depends on my values of the prices of cars, for instance. And in this very set of Renault, for instance, don't look at the prices, because don't be surprised. Prices were, when I wrote a book, I took it to prices of 2001, something like that. There might be changed. They might change the situation. So there were proved some theorems, and what is interesting is that if epsilon is arbitrary, we can represent or describe every behavior of human being. But if epsilon is non-negative, then it comes, and it is the first time, as far as I know, the analog of classic fixed point condition in the consideration, you see. But if we look at this very epsilon of x cap, epsilon does not depend on alternatives, but only of the set, then it turned out this choice function is rationalizable by this very form when weak axiom of revealed preference hold. And I would like to remind you that in Samuelson's great work, weak axiom of revealed preference was in a single valued choice. Here we do not restrict ourselves by single valuedness. And weak axiom of revealed preferences is necessary and sufficient condition for such representation. Okay. But then the idea came, and it was published, I never published it in the articles. At that time, you see, I was sure that if it is published somewhere, then it is published. Today, the goal function is different, you see. The idea came to Herbert Simon's discussion, that he said that human beings never compare alternatives by pairs. That there is some kind of satisficing level, and everything above satisficing level is chosen, everything below it is not chosen. And I formalized it in our book with Mark Eiserman as follows. You see, we have here x is chosen from the set x capital if utility of x is greater than this very prescribed value of satisficing level on this very set, greater or equal. And how we can evaluate this very satisficing level? For instance, it might be the average value of utility on this very set, or it will be something like that, the sum of minimum and maximum value over 2, or it might be some fixed point, you see. We can say that it should be above 1/3 in preferences or utilities on this very set. And first thing which was done, it was proved that this very model with based on this Simon's idea is equivalent to the classic pairwise model with epsilon, where epsilon depends on x capital. Okay, that was the this, we called it, you see, we did not call it satisficing principle. In fact, at that time, I even did not know about this Simon's work. And so this is our classic model, and we proved that Simon's idea can be represented in this form. And so we have this, again, characterization in terms of weak axiom of revealed preference. And now I come to the superposition property. Superposition, first time was stated, this very question about superposition was stated by David Hilbert. It was a 13th problem of Hilbert. There were, at the beginning of 20th century, in 1905, he formulated 23 most important problems in mathematics, and it was a certain problem about the properties of superposition, or sometimes they call it composition of functions. Answer to this was given by Kolmogorov and Arnold, great mathematicians of the end of 20th century. Kolmogorov was naturally was before. Arnold was gave us course on differential equations, and I got a course from Kolmogorov on mathematical logic. And then we studied this very problem with Eiserman in the book Theory of Choice. It was published. And then it was absolutely theoretical problem, pure theoretical problem. And then in 2008, with my PhD student, we studied this for very special kind of choice models. So the idea is the following. You see, we have initial utility functions or criteria. We have choice functions related to these utilities, and we consider this very composition or superposition of choice functions when we take a first choice, in fact, nth choice functions, choose something, then what was chosen goes to the second one, third one, etc. Naturally, we can say that it does not satisfy good properties, even if these C1 and C2 are good functions. But it is really, you see, was not an unexpected result, because in general case, it was proved by Kolmogorov and Arnold that it does not satisfy, this model does not satisfy. But then some years ago, I started to think about, we did some kind of work on with big data, and we applied this very model, and each choice function in this very model here, C1, C2, etc., are based on this satisficing principle, this very formula 5. And it turned out that it gives much better results in accuracy of in the precision of forecast than any models before. And we applied it to large network retail data, to tornado prediction, and it turned out that it is always, you see, we could do something. These are our publication on this topic. A year ago, in 2019, 2 years already, we got American patent to this very model of search. Things are published in these very articles, and now I stopped as far as I understood. Half an hour is over, and I am ready to respond to the questions.
Thanks, Fuad. Any questions?
Sorry. Usually I give this lecture with related things for an hour and a half.
Yeah. So perhaps you could go over some of these things a little more carefully. Could you go back to the superposition thing? I mean, so I just want to understand the question here, right? So the question is, what is the rationalizability question? Yeah, this one. So the
No,
rationalizability question is that if there exists n choice function such that repeated application or composition gives you C, is that the question?
no. The story is different. You see, we have several utilities. For instance, you look, when you choose yogurt, you look first to the fatness, the second, I don't know, some other properties, third to price, okay? And then you choose as follows, you see, for instance, you take all yogurts which are below some level of fat, below some 5%, let's say.
Yeah.
Then you choose yogurts which are less expensive than, I don't know, $1, for instance, and then something else, and then come to the final decision. Okay, that is the story. But concerning this rationality, I can tell you that the result does not satisfy any good rationality condition. You see, there is a big, I did it in the book with Eiserman, but there is my student did very extensive in his PhD thesis. He did very extensive study of all kind of possibilities. Rationality does not.
No, I meant rationalizability in the sense that, when can, suppose I give you a choice function, an arbitrary choice function, maybe crazily behaved. Can I find a list of choice functions so that, the C function is generated through C1
as a composition.
as a composition. So, I mean, for instance, it's related to, for instance, this relatively recent, this thing of, who's it? Manzini and Mariotti, right? Which is called the shortlist method. So in the first round, you shortlist something, and the second round, you choose from that.
It is exactly this very thing, you see.
It is, I think.
Manzini and Mariotti did not refer to my work, although she, for 2 hours, asked me about how it works, but then published an article without any reference. This is exactly the idea. You see, but what you said, it is very good point. You see, it is an inverse problem. If I have an arbitrary, say, very bad function in terms of choice properties, is it possible to construct this very sequence of functions which gives us, out of good functions, the sequence which gives us good function? Yeah, that is very good question, and your student started to go in this very direct.
Yes. Just sorry to ask one more question. And how is it related to the Hilbert problem and Kolmogorov and Arnold? Is there? They said you could always do something, right? I mean, that's the nature of their solution.
No, the idea when I started to work on this, you see, I knew about this Hilbert problem, and knew about, because Arnold gave us these lectures, we knew that he solved with Kolmogorov this 13th problem. And when we wrote this book, and even before, I started to study this very superposition idea, understanding that the result will not be good because the general theory is the general result is that it does not possess a good property. You see, good properties. But I thought that maybe we will be able to find something interesting in the set of choice functions. Okay. And if you wish, one day maybe I can give, if you wish, I can give you lectures.
Okay, that would be good.
On this topic, yes, yeah.
Okay. But actually, again, not having good properties can be good news as well, which means everything can be done.
Yes,
everything can be.
Well, in fact, you see, there are some properties like a specific monotonicity which is preserved.
I see.
But classic properties like heredity, concordance, outcast, no.
Okay.
None of the classic properties, Arrow's choice axiom, none of them.
Okay. Okay, I should let other people ask questions.
Yep, sure. It was really a very fast presentation, but I tried to put everything in one.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, of course.
Hi, Fuad. So, can you go to that satisficing slide? I just want to understand that a little bit.
Just a moment. This one?
Yeah, Herbert Simon. Yeah, the Herbert. So here basically the C of X is picking a subset of alternatives from X. So if I were to think of a choice function version of it, then how would you formulate that?
The idea of this very property was this came to the idea of Simon in the following way. You see, I have a whole set A of alternatives, like all yogurts in the world, for instance.
Right.
I come to the shop, okay, and I see a subset of this yogurts, okay. I usually give this very example, and then I choose some yogurt from this very set X. How I choose that naturally X should belong to X, and utility of X, my evaluation of utility, is greater of some function which describes this the value which is prescribed to this set X. This is very it can be easily interpreted as a satisficing model. You see, V of X is my satisficing, and then I consider it here this very three versions. For instance, this one is an average value. For instance, average fatness. Yes. Naturally, here I maximize everything. You see, not minimization. So I prefer fat yogurts. I put this satisficing level as the average value on the set, and everything is which is above is okay for me. In fact, you see, very often we do go in this way. You see, when I came to the market to buy something, if I have, say, tomatoes, for instance, if I like them, I consider that they are enough red, etc., I just buy it. I don't go to the compare it with other tomatoes on the other place, etc.
No, I understand that. So my question was, because this is picking a subset of X. Now I was thinking if there is, because I find this result that this is equivalent to the error model where epsilon is taken as epsilon X.
Yeah.
Quite interesting. Suppose instead of choosing, if you had choice function where you had to choose one from X instead of a subset, then what would be an analog of this result? So how would you formulate the satisficing procedures, and how would you then, what would be an analog of this result? Is there an analog of this result in the choice function world?
I never studied this.
Okay.
Then you see, if we have this very satisficing level and everything above it, Simon says that everything above it is good, yes? Then we have to add some kind of idea, you see, what does it mean to choose one out of this above? And then to study it, I don't know, I never thought about it, you see.
Right.
Yeah, good question, but I never thought about it.
One idea would be to have a linear order over the set of all alternatives and go along the linear order and stop the first time you cross the threshold D of X.
And if you don't cross the threshold, that's another.
That's right.
Then in his procedure also it will return an empty set, right? Because if nothing is above D of X, then
I can tell you another thing which you see. how can I say, the extreme case might be the following. I have a linear order, okay, and my V of x defines the upper element in the linear order, okay? So V of x with respect to Simon is the upper level. If it is the case, then we have classic model of choice, you see, but Simon's idea was much deeper.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? If not, let me ask you to explain something a little more. Can you go back to the thing of the fixed point property? I was just curious about what you meant by that. Yeah, of theorem 5, I think. Yeah.
Fixed point property, it was really surprising even for me, because I did not expect that such kind of property might arise in the absolutely different framework, you see. Fixed point property here is the following. In each set, I have a element which is, for instance, in some set, I have an element which is chosen, okay? And in each subset of it which contains this element, it should be chosen as well.
Isn't that this property, what is it, contraction consistency? If
no, it might be different in different cases, you see. But it is really fixed property condition, which I was really, when I proved that theorem, I was really surprised that from absolutely different framework, in absolutely different framework, I got very, very interesting classic case. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, and also as an interpretation of theorem 6. What yours, I mean, if warp holds, you can rationalize it with a single preference, right? I mean, that's
absolutely. When we have a single value choice, then warp is okay to construct utility function. Okay.
Yes.
Here in this very case, when I have choice which might consist of several elements, so not single value choice. It turned out that weak axiom of revealed preference is necessary and sufficient to construct utility in this very form with epsilon depending on x capital.
I see. So they're equivalent models, if you will. I mean, if I give, that's rather surprising, right? That they're the same model, right? If they're characterized by the same axiom, then they're the same model. And how can you say something about the identification of the epsilons? I mean, is it all epsilons less? There exists some bound, and below that everything will work, or above that something?
In fact, you see, in this very theorems, when I proved them, it is possible to evaluate how to construct these epsilons in the inverse versions of the theorems. But I never thought about it, you see, on real values. In practical applications, for instance, I did it for banks, etc. Usually I take it some kind of like 10% of difference between maximum and minimal value, for instance, or half of it, something like that.
Okay, thanks, Fuad. Let me ask again if there are any questions. If there are not, then thank you then sort of thank you very much. And we have a break right now, am I correct?
Yeah, we have
and we meet in 20 minutes or so, let's say.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah.
In 20 minutes, okay.
There is a question by Alexander Nestorov. I think, Arnav, you can take one more. We have 4 more minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Actually, that was not a question. That was just clapping. That was a different
Oh, I see. Okay.
So let me join you again. Thank you, Fuad.
Thank you very much.
And it's a great
My
pleasure.
pleasure.
And hope to see you in person someday in India. Again.
Hopefully. Thank you very much. See you in 20 minutes.
Okay.
Yes,
Bye.
thank you.
Bye.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Thanks,
thank you.
Arnav.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Yes.
So the next session participants can just practice their screen sharing. So here you're here. Hello.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hi. Okay.
Hi.
So I think Devashish is here, Alexander is here, and Ram Singh is also here.
So, any special instructions for me?
Just get, well, Devashish can just see if his slides are working. Yeah. Devashish,
30 minutes for each speaker and 5 minutes for Q&A. So 25 plus 5.
25 plus 5. And a reminder.
And 5 minutes.
Is there a standard way of sending the reminder 5 minutes before the end of the talk?
just do this, wave your hand and put 5.
Oh, just that. Okay.
or interrupt them and say it.
Nothing more high-tech than that.
You don't want to put the Zoom sign, otherwise that can mean clapping or question or 5. One of the 3.
Maybe you can just say 5 minutes, because I don't know if when you're concentrating on your presentation, you may miss.
Yeah.
The speaker may miss your hand shaking. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's one thing. I mean, I don't have much to do. Just read out the notice regarding the next session, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Reminder for the session 4 keynote address.
Yes. Yeah.
We'll start at 6:30 p.m. Indian time.
Right. Yeah. And the questions should be entered in the chat box. Yeah.
Yeah.
And everyone should stay muted. Yeah.
Do we have to? I mean, if you're going to have the questions at the end, if there's just, I don't anticipate like 100 questions. So maybe people can just say them if they want to.
Well,
or do you strictly want them written down?
Yeah, in the chat.
Ask them to also ask. Yeah, you can also ask them to ask. That's fine.
Yeah.
But as long as everything is going on within the time, that's fine, because next speakers is from China.
Hi, Ram, can't hear you. I can't hear you. Okay.
Anyway, I think you use your discretion. The protocol we issued said chat box.
I'll go with the protocol. I'll read out the questions that are in the chat box.
But if someone's in the session and wants to ask a question, then they can unmute themselves and ask. The others are muted. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the only people who can unmute are the speaker and the chair. Is that right?
The others can also unmute, I think. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah.
Yeah, they can, but they are monitoring from here.
But we requested them to stay muted. Yeah.
Sudhir?
Yes.
Hello?
Yeah.
Sudhir?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, but occasionally there's a bit of a lag. Your voice kind of, I don't know how to describe it.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
How about now?
Better.
Better. And now?
Hey.
First.
It's about the same, I think.
you can move up your camera a bit up so that you can.
Okay. Camera
Yeah,
is
that is fine.
okay now?
Yeah, it's perfectly fine now. Yeah. But you try to speak closer to a mic because the voice in between breaking.
Okay. Let's practice that.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
So what is the sequence? Sequence would be as it's listed on the schedule.
Yeah, it will be Devashish first, you second,
Okay.
and
Alexander.
Alexander.
And Q&A would be at the end of the session for all speakers, or individually for each speaker?
No, for individual for each speaker, I think.
Okay.
So you get 25 minutes and then 5 minutes at the end of your talk.
That was clear.
Yeah.
Divyendu, since all the participants for this session are here, yeah, can you arrange the screenshot?
Yeah, Alexander should unmute video so that I could put him also in the spotlight.
So here I will go with this setting. I hope it works. This is working all right.
Yeah.
Devashish and Alexander, can you unmute videos so that I could bring you in the spotlight at the beginning? I can't see Devashish.
Hmm.
Sudhir, when you were introducing at the beginning, ask all the speaker to unmute videos so that I'll bring everybody in the spotlight. Then the way you ask speaker will come and start presenting.
Okay. You want all three of them to unmute?
Yes. Just for a minute or so while we are introducing them.
Is Devashish here? Yeah, he is.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
Everybody's here, right?
Hello, Devashish. This is Pami. Hi.
Hi. Pami.
Yeah. Thank you so much for joining the conference. Yeah.
Thank you for inviting me. The conference is great. You guys are doing a great job.
Thank you.
So shall we start?
1 minute more. So,
yeah. Okay.
Alexander.
Alexander did not unmute videos.
Okay. Yeah.
maybe you can do this short after the session.
Yes.
Just wait.
Yeah, Sudhir, you can go ahead.
Okay. Welcome back, everyone, to the invited talks for session 3. With the title of the session is Issues in Auctions, Contracts and Mechanism Design. I would request all the speakers in this session, there are 3 of them, to unmute their videos. For some reason, I believe people need to take a picture or do something like that. All right. I have an announcement for everyone who's participating in this session. Session 4, the keynote address for session 4 by Dr. Guanghua Wang will start immediately after this session. That is at 6:30 Indian Standard Time instead of 6:45. I think one of the earlier circulated programs had the time as 6:45. So let me just say that it's going to start at 6:30, not at 6:45. All right, just a couple of instructions for all the presenters. Please stay within your time limits. 25 minutes is the amount of time you have. I'll let you know 5 minutes before the end of time. One way or the other, I'll let you know that only 5 minutes are left. For other participants in this session, I would request you, if you have questions, please write down your questions in the chat box before you forget them. We'll take questions at the end of each talk. There are 5 minutes for questions at the end of each talk, right? Okay. All right. So without further ado, our first speaker for this session is Professor Debashish Mishra of Indian Statistical Institute, Delhi. He's going to be speaking on rank preserving multidimensional mechanisms. Debashish.
Yeah, thank you, Sudhir. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you everyone for coming, and thank you for the invitation to present. This is joint work with Sushil Bhattachandani, and the paper is still in progress, but hopefully we'll have a paper very soon. Okay, so the paper is about multidimensional mechanism design. So those of you who are not familiar, so this literature concerns with finding expected revenue maximizing mechanisms for various settings. The classical problem of finding the optimal which is expected revenue maximizing mechanism for selling a single object, is now very well known. It was solved in a classic paper by Musa and Rosen in 1978. And the mechanism is also quite simple. It's a posted price mechanism, which is where you choose a suitable posted price to maximize your revenue. On the other hand, the optimal mechanism for selling multiple objects is still unknown. And the problem, as you see during the talk, is because the private information of participating agents in this case is multidimensional. Even for two objects, we still don't know what and how an optimal mechanism should look like. There are various complications and various weirdness that you see in designing mechanisms for selling multiple objects. For instance, you may want to randomize to improve your revenue. You may want to have a menu of infinite size. So there might be a menu of infinite set of outcomes in the optimal mechanism. Revenue across type profiles or states might be non-monotone, and so various other weird properties. Okay, so in general, it's very hard and even to give any structural properties of optimal mechanism is a big advancement in this area. So what do we do in this paper? We consider two models in this paper. In both the models, a monopolist is selling n objects to a risk-neutral buyer with quasi-linear preferences. In the first model, which is written here, objects are all heterogeneous, and the value of value vector is V, where Vi is the value for object I. If the buyer buys a bundle of objects, let's say bundle S of objects, then the value she gets is additive. So the value for the bundle S is sum of Vi, I in S. And there is no restrictions on which bundles the buyer can buy. And there is no restrictions on values of these objects. So Vi can be greater than Vk or Vi can be less than Vk. So that's the heterogeneous objects models. The private information of the buyer is this value vector, which represents the value for individual objects, and the value for the bundle is additive, and so it's the sum of values for individual objects. Okay. The second model is the homogeneous objects model. Here objects are identical. And here also we have a value vector, but now the value Vi represents the marginal value for the ith unit. So V1 is the value for the first unit of the object. V2 is the marginal value for the second unit. So if you buy 2 units, your value for those 2 units is V1 plus V2. Okay, and so on and so forth. So value for K units is the sum of Vi I equal to 1 to K. The restriction, which is natural and follows from the definition of the model, is that you can buy K plus 1th unit only after buying the Kth unit. Okay, so this is an additional restriction in these models. And what we're going to assume here is that the marginal values are decreasing. So V1 is greater than equal to V2, greater than equal to Vs. Okay, so these are the two models that we'll study. So these will be in the background. And so just to clarify the distinction between heterogeneous objects and identical objects, let's take this example. So suppose Disney Pixar is selling the Toy Story series to Netflix. So there are 4 Toy Story movies. In the heterogeneous objects model, Netflix can buy any subset of the Toy Story movie. Okay, so it can choose Toy Story 1 and Toy Story 4, Toy Story 2 and 4, and so on and so forth. In the identical objects model with decreasing marginal values, the restriction is you can buy the K plus 1th Toy Story movie if you have bought the Kth movie. Okay, so you can So what I'm trying to convey here is that even in a model where the movies are actually quite different, so they're not actually the same object, as long as you have this restriction that you can buy the K+1th movie only after buying the kth movie, if you have that restriction, then it falls into our second model, which is the identical objects model. Okay, so the interpretation here would be that V1 is the value for buying Toy Story 1, V2 is the value for Toy Story 2, and if Netflix buy Toy Story 1, to buy Toy Story 2, it has to buy Toy Story 1 first, and then so on and so forth. And so that's basically the two models. And the main result of the paper is that the two models are equivalent in a symmetric environment for designing optimal mechanisms. So there is, so the precise equivalence I'll get to during the talk, but what I will tell you is that in a symmetric environment, which I will define also, finding optimal mechanism in the heterogeneous objects model is equivalent to finding an optimal mechanism for the identical objects model with decreasing marginal value. Okay, so this is the main result. And why is this important? It's important because almost the entire literature or multidimensional mechanism design is in the heterogeneous objects model. And the identical decreasing marginal values model looks more tractable. It's a smaller size space, as I will show you, and it's largely unexplored. And so we had an earlier paper which was on this topic where we explored some other properties of that model. So results in one model can be transported to the other model using our results. So if we prove anything in one of the models, then it can be transported to the other model using our equivalence theorem. And that's the second part of the paper, which I will not describe. So we have numerous applications of the main result, and but due to interest of time, I'm not going to describe them. Okay, so what is the setting? So let me go into the formal model. The formal model is as follows. There is a seller with n heterogeneous objects for sale. The seller has no cost. So this is for simplification. The set of objects is n, 1 to n. And there's a single buyer who is interested to buy the objects. And the buyer's value vector is V, where Vi denotes the value for object I. And as I said, the value for a bundle S is the sum of values in individual individual objects. Risk neutral quasi-linear preferences. So if a buyer with value V is assigned a bundle S with payment P, then her utility is her sum of values for the objects in bundle S minus the payment she makes. The type space of the model is this n-dimensional cube, 0a to the power n. So as such, the type space can be any symmetric space, but let's just assume that it's the n-dimensional cube. The distribution of types, the value vector, is drawn from this CDF capital F, which admits a positive density small f. And we are going to assume that the distribution is symmetric in the following sense. The density F is exchangeable if for any value vector V in D, and for any permutation sigma, the density at V is the same as the density at V sigma, where V sigma is the permuted value vector according to the permutation sigma. Okay, so you take a particular value vector and permute it, and by the assumption on the type space, V sigma also lies in the type space, and the assumption is f of V is equal to f of V sigma. So this is the symmetry assumption. Independent and identical distributions satisfy exchangeability in the sense that if I draw the value of each object independently and using the same distribution, then the joint distribution of all the objects values satisfy exchangeability. But it also allows for arbitrary exchangeable distributions may allow for correlations also. Okay. So what's a mechanism? A mechanism is a pair Q and T, where Q is the allocation rule. So for every possible value vector, it tells you what is the probability of getting each of the objects. And T is the payment rule. So for every value vector, it gives the payment of the buyer. And QIV will denote the probability of getting object I at type vector V or value vector V. And T of V is the payment at that particular time. A mechanism, so these are the two main axioms or desiderata that we'll put on our mechanism. A mechanism QT is incentive compatible IC if for any pair of value vectors V and V prime, truth telling is weakly dominant in the following sense. The expected value V dot QV minus the payment TV is greater than equal to the expected utility that you will get by reporting another type V prime, which is V dot QV prime minus TV prime. And a mechanism QT is individually rational if at every type the utility of the agent, the buyer, is greater than equal to 0. Okay. So some notation to get to the main construction of the paper. So we're going to denote any permutation by sigma, and we'll keep track of this identity permutation, which basically will be denoted by sigma I, where sigma I of I is equal to I. So objects are 1, 2, 3, 4, n, and this identity permutation will assign the first object to 1, second object to 2, and so on and so forth. Okay, and for any type vector, the permuted type vector for permutation sigma would be denoted by V sigma. A mechanism QT on this type space is symmetric if for every V and every sigma, the allocation outcome at the permuted type vector V sigma is the permutation of the original outcome at the type vector V, and the transfers at the permuted type vector and the original type vector are the same. So that's what these notations are saying. So just look at an example. So if your original type vector is X, Y, Z, and the outcome is Q of V, which gives the probabilities of each of the 3 objects, then the permuted, if you look at a permutation which is V prime like this, then the outcome at the permuted type vector, the allocation outcome at the permuted type vector is permuted according to the same permutation. Okay, so that's what the symmetric mechanism is. And the transfers at V and V sigma are the same. So, one of the questions that you can ask is, in a symmetric environment, which is that the distribution satisfies exchangeability, is it without loss of generality to focus attention on symmetric mechanism? And to understand that, let me walk you through some notation. So what we will do is, we will take the entire n-dimensional cube and partition it with respect to each of the factorial n permutations. So fix the permutation sigma, and d sigma denotes the type vectors which is consistent with this permutation. So in which the types are ordered according to this permutation. So V sigma 1 is greater than V sigma 2 is greater than V sigma n. And one way to design symmetric mechanism is to first design a mechanism on one of these permutation, one of these d sigmas, and extend it to the entire type space. So let me illustrate this with an example. So let's say there are two objects, and our original type space is the entire square. So what we do is we first design a mechanism on the triangle, let's say the lower triangle, and this depicts one mechanism where we don't allocate any of the objects in the gray region, and we allocate only object 1 in this blue region, and in the yellow region we allocate both the objects. I haven't written the payment, but you can also write down the payments. That's not a concern. But once we define a mechanism on the lower triangle, we can extend it to the entire type space by just looking at the mirror image of this mechanism across the diagonal. Okay, so that's what I have done here. And so this gives me a symmetric extension of the mechanism from the lower triangle to the entire type space. Here is another mechanism on the lower triangle. So this mechanism basically essentially sells the second object at price P. So it's a posted price mechanism for the second object. The first object is never sold in this mechanism. And if you extend it to the entire type space, then in the upper triangle, you will only sell object 1 and at the same price P. Okay, so in the gray region, none of the objects are sold. So in principle, you can define any incentive compatible, individually rational mechanism in the lower triangle and symmetrically extend it to the entire type space. Okay, so that's what we call a symmetric extension of a mechanism from d sigma to the entire type space. And here I'm pointing out that such symmetric extensions need not be incentive compatible. So in this example, if I look at a buyer type in the lower triangle where object 2 is allocated, we can manipulate to a type in the upper triangle where object 1 is allocated. And the reason is very simple. In the lower triangle, the buyer values object 1 more than object 2, and you're awarding him object 2. But if he pretends to be a type in the upper triangle, he will be awarded object 1, and the price of the object doesn't change. So it's P in the lower triangle and P in the upper triangle also. So even though the original mechanism in the lower triangle was incentive compatible, its symmetric extension to the entire type space is no longer incentive compatible. Okay, so of course I can always design mechanisms in these d sigmas, which are n-dimensional triangles, and symmetrically extend it to the entire type space. But unless we are careful, this is not going to be incentive compatible, and that's the main observation. And so one of the properties that is being violated in that example where we are violating incentive compatibility is this property that we call rank preserving. So what is the rank preserving property? A mechanism Qt is rank preserving if at every type V, that is a value vector V, and every pair of objects I and J, such that if Vi is greater than Vj, the value for object I is greater than the value for object J, then the
5 minutes.
Okay, sure. Then the allocation probability of object I is greater than equal to the allocation probability of object J. So what the main result of the paper would clarify the relationship between symmetry, rank preservation, and also gives you some insight into when does a rank preserving optimal mechanism exist. Okay, so rank preservation is not implied by incentive compatibility. So you can have incentive compatible mechanisms which are not rank preserving. So the main result of the paper is the following. So suppose Qt is any mechanism on d sigma, so one of these n-dimensional triangles, for some sigma, and QS-TS is its symmetric extension to the entire type space, then the following two statements are equivalent. QT is rank preserving and incentive compatible, and QS-TS is incentive compatible. So as long as the original mechanism in D sigma is rank preserving and incentive compatible, then its symmetric extension is incentive compatible. And conversely, if the symmetric extension is incentive compatible, then the original mechanism on D sigma must be rank preserving and incentive compatible. Okay, so that's basically the main result. So another way to state this is that a symmetric mechanism on the entire type space is incentive compatible if and only if its restriction to some D sigma is rank preserving and incentive compatible. Okay, so that's the main result. And we showed that this property is without loss of generality in symmetric environment, exchangeable environment. In an exchangeable environment, there always exists an optimal mechanism which is rank preserving and symmetric. Okay, so that's what we show. So because there is, I've run out of time, so let me go to the main slide of the paper. So far I have only been talking about the heterogeneous objects model. So now, if you have understood what rank preserving means, you can immediately relate it to the identical objects model. So in this slide, I'm basically trying to compare the equivalence between these two models. So in an identical objects model, you remember we had this requirement that you can buy object 2 only if you have bought object 1. So in another, more formally, Q1 is always greater than equal to Q2 is greater than equal to Q3 and so on and so forth, which is exactly the rank preserving property that I discussed in the heterogeneous objects model. Okay, and there is also a bijection between the distributions in the identical objects model and a symmetric distribution in the heterogeneous objects model. And that's exactly what I have written in the first part. So any density I take in the heterogeneous objects model, I can construct a density in the identical objects model, and vice versa. I can take a density in the identical objects model and construct a symmetric distribution for the heterogeneous objects model. And essentially, if I look at the restriction of any mechanism, symmetric IC mechanism in the heterogeneous objects model, its restriction to any D sigma would be incentive compatible if, by definition, and if it is rank preserving, then it also is incentive compatible to go the other way. So that is, if I look at an identical objects model, it is by definition rank preserving. So I can always extend it to the heterogeneous objects model, and it will satisfy incentive compatibility. And so in that sense, there is equivalence between these two models. Okay, so let me stop here. I have run out of time. So that's basically the main result of the paper. So in the paper we have other results. So, but I'm happy to take questions if there are any.
Thank you, Debashish. You're almost exactly on time. Just a few minutes off, a few seconds off. So okay. Very good timing. All right. So far I think there's only one question. That's
I have also a question. Is it possible to ask?
Yes, of course. Could you just say your name?
Fuad Ariskerov.
Yes, please.
Yes, Fuad. Yes, tell me.
Yeah, devices. But this means it's a really great result, you see, because in this case we can, how can I say, evaluate the cardinality of these sets, which allows us to have this rank preservation property, and then to come to this incentive compatibility result. This is did you do something on this very direction to try to evaluate on the whole set of these mechanisms to evaluate the cardinality of rank preserve the mechanisms which rank preserve?
Right. No. So we did not do that. So what our result is saying is that if my mechanism is symmetric, then any incentive compatible, so an incentive compatible and symmetric mechanism must be rank preserving.
Yeah.
Okay. So the only way you can violate rank preservation is to have an asymmetric mechanism. So I had some pictures of that also. So let me show you that. So this is a picture of an asymmetric mechanism, because you see that it's not reflection along the diagonal. So the low triangle is
I understood. Yeah.
So symmetry and rank preservation, there's a deep connection in that sense. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Maybe I can read out the question. The question is from Alexander Nestorov. Two questions. One, is the paper available? And two, there's a compliment. It's a beautiful result. And out of curiosity, how did you come to this observation?
Oh, well, that's a great question. So first, the paper should be available.
You have only about a minute.
Yeah, the paper should be available in about 1 or 2 months. So we are working on having more and more applications. How did we come with this observation? So because we started working on the decreasing marginal value identical object model, and because the entire literature was on the heterogeneous object model, we were trying to understand that because the type space is just, from the triangle, we need to go to the square or this n-dimensional cube. So we try to understand whether symmetrically extending the identical object mechanism to the entire type space gives us a heterogeneous object mechanism. And when we try to do that, we saw that it's not necessarily the case. So essentially, that's where we realized that we require this rank preserving property, and symmetry implies this rank preservation. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Only 30 seconds. Okay. All right. Thank you, Debashish, for a very keen presentation.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to now have our second talk starting immediately. The second talk is by Professor Ram Singh, Delhi School of Economics. And the title of the paper is, Does Choice of Contract Matter for Cost and Quality of Roads? Ram.
Thank you. Thank you, Sudhir. The one context I'm going to talk about today is procurement of a good, purchase of a good, where the cost and quality both matter to the buyer. This is true in many contexts. Whenever we buy a product, we care for its quality and also the price. But I'm going to focus on purchases, procurement by government, public procurement. And within public procurement, I'm going to be talking about procurement of road assets. So for any infrastructure facilities, government need to build assets to provide transportation road facilities. Road assets are to be built. So to give you wider context, traditional procurement of roads had suffered from several problems. So in the sense, there have been cost overruns. Actual cost used to be much more than expected cost, project delays, and more importantly, the quality of assets, quality of roads that used to be built using traditional mechanism, traditional contracts used to be poor. Therefore, for governments across the world, one policy objective has been to design, to come out to explore possibility of mechanisms or contracts that can address these specific problems. So in particular, that can deliver good quality roads reduce life cycle cost, and if possible, reduce project delays also. In other words, the objective has been, policy objective has been to make sure that that after road building, after 4, 5 years, 10 years of a road building, road still looks like this or like this and doesn't become like this. So that has been a challenge for policymakers, for governments. Now, this challenge would be easy to solve if this quality of this appearance of roads were contractable. If it was contractable, then this issue will not arise. One could guarantee, simply well-designed contract could guarantee that road remains good after 10 years of its building, after 10 years of a contractor firm has delivered the road to the government. But the quality in public procurement, quality generally is not verifiable. At times it is observable, but it is not verifiable. And why quality of a road is not verifiable, it's for several reasons. On the face of it, it would appear that when actually, as a matter of experience, also when a road gets built, be it a municipality road, village road, or national highway, expressway, generally roads look very nice. But come monsoon, a decent monsoon, they turn into road like this, and after 2, 3 monsoons, they become death traps, become full of potholes. So, in other words, the quality of a road becomes visible. It manifests itself after several years of road has been delivered. In other words, at the time the road gets built, its quality in that sense is not observable. It becomes observable subsequently. But subsequently, when it becomes observable, by that time, the observed quality is a function of the initial quality of road building, but also maintenance of a road by the buyer government. For example, if a road became like this after 1 year, then depending on whether this road was attended, was repaired in time or not, it could move to a road like this, or it could turn into a road, a very bad quality road. But if you, after 2, 3 years, it becomes difficult to put the blame on one party or the other party, because if you say that contractor is to be blamed for, contractor could say that I delivered superfine product, it's just that the government did not maintain it. And therefore it becomes hard to make, even when quality is observable, it becomes hard to implement. And the presence of corruption can actually make things worse. When quality is observable but not verifiable, then the issue is subject to discretion of government officials. And the discretion can hit both ways. On one hand, it could be that a corrupt official could accept inferior quality asset road by accepting bribe. But it could also mean that the contractor could challenge that it's a good quality road, and unless the quality is verifiable, it's hard to make sure that roads are delivered by contractors, the road delivers are of intended quality. So in this context, the quality is not observable at the time of delivery, and when it becomes observable, that time it's difficult to pin down the blame. And in larger, so formally put, the quality is not verifiable. So it's not contractually verifiable. So in many private contexts, also quality is not verifiable, but there's a literature that has tried to address the problem of non-verifiable but observable quality. Several mechanisms have been designed. I have listed some of the papers that have addressed this issue. So basically, existing literature has addressed this issue on 2 fronts. One is the larger objective is to identify a contractor firm that can deliver intended quality at lowest possible cost. So to that extent, there's a screening problem involved, asymmetric information problem involved. But after you have selected a contractor firm, then moral hazard kicks in. You have to guarantee that the quality remains good after 10 years, 15 years of road has been procured. In private context, it is the mechanisms like, you can turn the entire relation more of relational contract by giving your contractor more business in future. It can be done by breaking down existing project into multiple projects, small projects, or having a chain of projects on the way. So basically, idea is to turn relational contract into a relational contract, and using threat of future business trade and payoffs, so it is possible to have quality objectives achieved. But something that works in private sector does not work in government sector. For public procurement, it is not good for quality to be observable. In a private setting, if I am not satisfied with the quality of the product delivered to me, I am within my rights to suspend future deals trade with the supplier. So, and as a part of mechanism, I can credibly commit that there will be no trade in future, even when there's one slip in quality. But this same logic does not apply in public procurement, because in public, both in public procurement, government procurement, whatever government officials decide, it has to be verifiable before third party if there is a dispute. And again, the matter of discretion comes in, and the same mechanism that works for in a private setting does not work in a government setting. So today I'm going to talk about implications of a contract design for the quality of roads. So the contractual setting I consider is incomplete contract. So basically I focus only on moral hazard problem, and within moral hazard problem, I work in preview of incomplete contracts. So in the context of roads, the contracts are semi-incomplete. A road, whenever a road is built, it has some output features, which is number of lanes, number of toll plazas, underpasses, overpasses, but it also has a quality dimension, which I have argued to be non-contractable. So, and in that sense, these contracts are incomplete. So what I'm going to be focusing on is, I will show you implications of two possible choices of contract. One contract deals with only construction phase. So government signs contract with construction firm, the construction firm builds the asset, road project, and after that contractual relation ends between the two. The other contract type would be where the same contractor firm that builds a road is also responsible for its maintenance. If road goes bad, then it has to maintain it. So these two tasks, two responsibilities are bundled and assigned to one and the same contractor. Basically, this is the type of, and within procurement contracts, there are many differences, but I'm going to focus only on two features of procurement contracts. One is whether there is a bundling or not, in the sense whether there is a bundling of construction with the maintenance or not, and other is whether the engineer, whether the contractor firm is given engineering freedom to design the road project. So formally speaking, I will consider two types of efforts, efforts provided by the contractor. First pertains to observable features of a road. So if there is any, so the number of lanes, toll plaza, so on, whatever you can lay your hands on. So efforts related to that is denoted by X. It is observable in the sense that any alteration from letter of contract can be detected, proved before third party, and modified. And other effort is non-verifiable, non-observable effort. Both efforts are cost-reducing effort for the contractor. But why is non-verifiable? It can be implemented by the contractor within the letter of the contract. Government can't do much about it. That's the idea. However, why that reduces cost has across phase externalities. The basic idea is that the poorer is the quality of construction, higher will be the maintenance cost. Better is the quality of construction, lower will be the maintenance cost. And to skip, I'm presenting the bare skeleton of the model. What we get is intuitively, it's easy to see that when there is no bundling, when contractor is responsible only for construction, then the contractor does not care about quality and therefore puts in a lot of Y. TC here in terms of TC will stand for traditional contract, and PP is for PPP, which is bundling contract. So under traditional contract, where contractor puts in a lot of cost cutting, quality shading effort, but under bundling PPP, the contractor knows that if I reduce my cost by diluting quality by 1 rupee additionally, it's going to haunt me in terms of increased maintenance cost tomorrow. So as a result, cost cutting, quality shading effort is going to be low under bundling. But under bundling, it turns out as a matter of practice, the government assigns greater delegation decision-making power to the contractor. So therefore, technological innovations that can be implemented by the contractor are higher under bundling contract. So these two effects move in the opposite direction. But here, as at the bare minimum, so in the simplest setting, I'm assuming that X does not have bearing on quality. X is basically scientific innovations that deliver same material, same quality assets without diluting its quality. It is only effort Y that dilutes quality. So simply put, Y reduces quality. Q here denotes quality. Y reduces quality. X does not. And prediction is that under bundling PPP contract, the quality is expected to be higher. Now, rest of the presentation is basically giving you empirical support behind this and some other conjectures. So the empirical support is related to 450 projects by National Highways Authority of India. So these projects are they are scattered all over the country, but they have same engineering standard and design. So the quality of road that is expected is uniform across the country, be it in Himalayas or down south. So everywhere the quality engineering standards, design capacity, that remains the same. And the quality of road is measured for this work. It's an ongoing work, and I'm sharing with you emerging results. So the quality is being measured by using an instrument or app called RoadRoid. Basically, the instrument is mounted on a vehicle. So quality of road determines the vibrations received by the vehicle, and this instrument picks up all the vibrations received by the vehicle in a mathematical relation. So it's very precise. And I have used two such instruments of different make. In terms of the design of the work, experiment, it's not experiment, but the design of research. I want you to note that a highway, a national highway that connects two big cities located at a distance. Those highways are built in different segments, in different parts. They are, for example, national highway connecting Delhi to Mumbai. It is one national highway, but it is developed using different contracts in different segments. So I want you to imagine a situation where you are on the same national highway, but so here the first segment, you imagine this to be the first segment and this to be second segment. At this point, you are on same national highway, but you are on two different segments. Specifically, we are at a juncture where road segments where contract type changes from one type to the other type. And of course, these road segments could have been developed at a different point in time. So, but what is to be noted here is that if you focus on exactly at the boundary or 2 kilometers on either side of the boundary, then factors that have bearing on quality of road. One will be engineering capacity, engineering design, that is identical because we are on same national highway. But there is a set of other factors that also has a bearing on quality of roads. For example, the traffic density has a bearing on quality of road, weather conditions, underground conditions. Host of factors have a bearing on quality of road. So, but in this, if we focus on this localized, local neighborhood of boundary, then the other factors, other than age of the road, other than contract type, they can be taken to be very similar, if not identical, because traffic from one segment enters the other. And here come the result. So I have focused on these boundaries wherever there is change in contract type. So what you can see here is the roughness index. Roughness index is basically, it measures roughness. It is an engineering measure. It is also used by engineering departments world over. The World Bank also uses this index to measure quality of infrastructure, road infrastructure. So here, so this finding is based on, it's an ongoing work. So I have the results are based on 84 projects that have 54 boundaries. And what you see here is that the average of PPP roughness is lower compared to non-PPP. Basically, the bundling delivers better quality roads. The quality of ride is better, and these differences are statistically significant. So since this is it turned out that after I started this study, NHI has also conducted a survey of roads. And their research design is not what I have presented to you. So, but they have measured, they have collected samples on quality from random locations, from PPP as well as non-PPP. So their findings also corroborate that the PPP roads are better than non-PPP roads. So, the other evidence I want to present to you of this conjecture is that if contracts actually set incentives to provide quality, then this incentive should exhibit not only in terms of the quality of ride, but also quality of cost of construction. Since quality is costly to deliver, therefore one would expect that the cost of construction for bundling roads, PPP roads, should be higher. Even though, so remember that under bundling PPP, contractor does not have incentive to dilute quality too much. On top of that, they have a lot of leeway to choose engineering decisions they want to make. So still what one observes is that the construction cost, or loosely speaking, cost overruns, basically the difference between the cost of project estimated by government and actual cost. The difference is significantly higher for PPPs compared to for non-PPPs. So this is another, and this difference is also statistically significant. But the choice of contract problem for this study is that the choice of contract is not random, and one doesn't expect governments to go for RCTs for projects that cost hundreds of billions of rupees and dollars. But fortunately for the study, it turns out that in the middle of this, the period covered by the study, in 2005, government came out with the policy document, provided regulatory contractual framework, came out with standardized documents, and also announced host of measures to deal with the disputes and incentivize, basically to attract private investment and award bundling contracts, PPP.
Ram, under 5 minutes.
Yes, 5 minutes actually. Yeah. So after this policy interventions, so this plot basically it says that the proportion of PPPs picked up, and this regression also main message from here is that the frequency, the proportion of PPP projects went up after that intervention. So that intervention was policy interventions. It is expected to so it encouraged PPP. And from this slide, the basic message is that if we forget about PPP, non-PPP issue at all, the construction cost of all the projects has gone up, for the projects that were built after 2005. So that's another empirical evidence. But this policy is also a good instrument because it is expected to encourage PPPs without having any direct bearing on construction costs. And these are TSLS estimates. So again, corroborating the evidence that construction cost for bundling PPP projects is significantly higher. Then to persuade you even further, So far, I categorized my projects into two types: bundling and non-bundling, bundling PPP, non-bundling, non-PPP, traditional contracts. But there are variations within PPPs also. PPP, one type of PPP is simply both types of PPPs have bundling. That attribute remains same. But some of the PPP contracts allow the contractor to charge user fee, toll. Now you would, so for toll PPP, the contractor of course cares about the quality like before, but now has added incentive to care even more for quality, because now they want to attract traffic. If they keep bad quality roads, they will not attract as much traffic. So by that logic, one would expect the construction cost to be even higher for within PPPs. Construction costs are expected to be higher for PPPs. That actually turns out to be the case. So, and these results, these differences are also statistically different, controlling for all the factors that can be controlled for. Now, finally, there is a set of projects that would not have become PPP if governments upfront, one time upfront, not contingent on costs, grants were not granted. So government injected some subsidy that was independent of construction cost, but the subsidy was given to contractors who accepted these contracts on PPP basis. And so basically, these were projects that were innately non-PPP type, but once they became PPP, their cost behaves cost and the quality behaves like other PPPs. So that's all I have. So basically, the choice of contract is an alternative to incentivize the contractor to deliver quality over longer term. That's the message. Thank you.
Thank you, Ram. Questions? There's only one in the chat box.
Yes, I have a question. I have.
Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I like the result very much. That's the first result that I know of that uses this metric for road quality. Usually they take the time that it takes to travel from a city to a city, or some expert measure. This is more precise. It's very nice. And I sent you a couple of links I know from good economics papers that study road quality and procurement. Now I have a question. So can you say whether once you turn from one type of contracts to another, the set of winners of procurers remains the same, but they just start building better roads, or does the set change? What is the channel of this?
May I respond to it? Thank you. This is an important question. So I do not have a final answer, but the preliminary investigation suggests that the same contractor firm, it behaves differently depending on the contract it is dealing with. So our road sector is wide, so we have one of the largest road networks, and number of players is really large. So there are many players have worked with different kind of contracts, but their performance is very different depending on whether they are working under one contract or the other. It seems like that. So I will have more concrete, robust answer maybe 6 months from now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for offering to share the related literature. I look forward to receiving it from you. Thank you.
There's a second question from Chetan Ghate. Let me just read out the question. What happens when the revenue stream is stochastic? For example,
so this is also a very important question, and I should have emphasized it.
Let me finish. And the follow-up, for example, the construction company overestimates demand, and this does not pan out. Or RWAs take the company to court because profit targets have not been met. Do the same results hold?
I think I got the question. So I should have emphasized this point. So in all these contracts, these are fixed price contract in the sense that nothing changes. No contract term depends on the actual versus estimated cost. So the cost is entirely burden of the contractor. So on the ground that there's revenue shortfall and my costs have escalated, that's no ground for, there's no provision in the contract to to demand any concession from the government. And for national highways, you might have read in newspapers controversies over roads and tolls and this. Please remember, those controversies do not pertain to national highways. Most of those pertain to the state highways. But to answer your question, the payment structure, revenue stream, whether revenue payments are made by the government or the revenue recoupment, investment recoupment happens through toll fee, user fee, that has nothing to do, so the cost does not affect any contractual obligation of the contract.
Thank you, Ram. Any follow-up questions? We still have a couple of minutes in case someone wants to quickly ask a question. You don't need to write this in the chat box. You can just say it. Unmute and ask the question.
Yeah, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So this doesn't directly relate to your paper, but it is somewhat related. So since this is a growth and development conference, so there's a national asset monetization policy, right? That India's government is trying to raise 6 lakh crores, large amount.
No.
Yes, it's me.
Sure.
So, the fear there is that if it's some form of PPP, it won't really have uptake. People will not want to lease out unutilized government assets if there's a lot of government interference. If they are given, let's say, like 30-year contracts where the government says, look, we won't bother you, you can run it as you will. That's likely to be more attractive in terms of pickup. So can you talk a little bit about that in the context of your results? Does anything in this shed light on what form or what kinds of contracts that particular policy should have for uptake of this leasing?
Yes, I can summarize the policy lessons. One is that the cost obligations should be, construction, maintenance obligations should be independent, compensation should be independent of these cost obligations. It's very important, otherwise it becomes messy. So the cost can always keep on increasing. They can always manipulate the cost. So it's very important to keep the cost obligations very different from the revenue. Basically, you assign the revenue risk that is intended by asset monetization, but that should not in any way reduce their cost obligations or maintenance of assets. That's lesson one. Two is that it's very important to keep an eye on the services to road users. Even though I have argued that quality of roads and road ride is better for bundled under PPP, but it has some other cost. For example, waiting time at toll plaza. It has come down significantly now, but they have tendency to locate toll plazas to capture more traffic, even if it means longer waiting time. And user fee, the fixing of user fee will also be an area of concern. Basically, contract design is going to be very, very important. Third, interesting, and I will stop in 15 seconds, is that there are unforeseen consequences. One unforeseen consequences coming out of this project is that even though PPP players, they keep roads very nice, but if you see neighboring villages road, they are significantly worse quality than other village roads. The reason being that if road network has substitutes, it's not like railway or airlines network. So roads are every road has poor, inferior quality substitutes. Village roads act as inferior quality substitute, and these guys somehow managed to make sure that village roads near toll plazas are in very bad condition so that people do not bypass the toll plazas. So these are some of the issues that we should be concerned when we go for asset monetization.
Okay, thank you, Ram. Nice talk. So let's quickly get to the third talk. The third talk is by Dr. Alexander Nesterov of the Higher School of Economics in St. Petersburg. The title of the talk is Incentives in Matching Markets, Counting and Comparing Manipulating Agents. Dr. Nesterov. Dr. Nesterov, you might want to unmute your mic.
Yes, sorry. Can you see the screen well?
Yeah, I can see your screen. Yeah.
Good. All right. So thanks a lot for inviting me. I'm going to present my recent results on matching mechanisms. So this is a different type of mechanism design that we do here. We have heard about auctions. We have heard about how to organize procurement markets. Now this is something different. This is also market mechanism, but this time it is about systems that are used to allocate agents and specifically students to schools. So this is a joint work with Som Banpungu. He's now at the University of Lausanne, and we started this when we were both in St. Petersburg. All right, so I know that Zoom does not like when there are some faces here, but I would like to see someone to be, yeah, I have the buses. All right, so the overall, the agenda in this type of, or in this part of the literature is how to compare mechanisms that we cannot call good using some axiom, so non-ideal mechanism. For instance, the buses presented a paper on optimal auction, and we can say, well, this auction is optimal and this one is not. But in matching mechanisms, the properties that we have are something like strategy proof or stable or efficient, and many of the mechanisms that we actually face in reality or that we have to deal with, they are non-ideal. They cannot be called strategy proof because they are not, but still we want to know which one is better in a particular dimension. So this is the agenda. And it started with the paper by Padak and Sonmes published in 2015 that provided the first tools to compare mechanisms with respect to its manipulability. I will be more specific about that later. And we have 3 papers, 2 are on manipulability and 1 is on fairness. So today I'm presenting the third one, we think the best one. And here we use a simple criterion to compare the mechanisms with respect to manipulability. We simply, for 2 mechanisms that we want to compare, we count the number of agents that have an incentive to manipulate. And the more agents, the more manipulable this mechanism is. This is just an abstract, intended for theorists mostly. So market design is already a semi-classical field in microeconomics, in economics in general, and we have some stylized facts already. So one of them, in the words of L. Roth, is that for markets to work well, we need to make it safe for participants to enter the market and behave there as simple as possible without engaging in some strategic interactions. So ideally, we would use mechanisms that we call strategy proof or truthful, where your strategy is as simple as possible. You just tell the truth about whatever information you have. But often it is inevitable, and the 2 reasons that we study in the paper, and the 2 major reasons in reality for strategy proofness to fail are stability and constraint lists. I will specify what this is later. So in such situations, the designer has to choose from the menu of the mechanisms the one that is least manipulable. So it is kind of constraint optimization problem. So the question is how to do it. What is actually the criterion for choosing one mechanism over another? So what we do is we count manipulating agents, and this is a new metric for theorists for this type of this part of literature, because typically in matching markets this is a difficult task. the set of manipulating agents will in general change, and counting one by one is difficult. But it has been used in neighboring fields. In theory, it has also been used in matching experiments and empirical papers. So here are some examples here. Now, the most important paper that we continue on is the paper by Badak and Sonmes, and they they've introduced three criteria: a weak one, a strong one, and a very strong one. And the most relevant is the weak one. And I will explain this in a few slides because we don't have much time. But there are also other criteria. So you can see on the slides that that some papers were using the criterion introduced by Badak and Sonmes for comparing mechanisms, and others developed their own. All these papers are motivated by practice. There have been certain reforms. I don't know about India, so the literature does not describe reforms in India, but in countries, in the neighboring countries like China, or the major countries that usually fall into the interest of economists, the US or the UK, there have been certain reforms that using this criteria we can evaluate. We can say if the reforms clearly made the mechanisms better, in particular dimension, or worse. So Badak and Sonmes were the first to introduce this problem to us theorists, and also to observe these reforms and to apply this criteria and the results to certain practical questions. All right, so let me first present you the model and our criteria, and then the results. And I split the results in three categories depending on the application that we have for them. So the model is a standard if you know college admission or school choice models. If you don't hear this, there is a set of students I on the left side of the picture. There is a set of schools S. Each school has a capacity. That's the maximum number of students that can fit. And what characterizes the problem are the preferences. So each student I has preference over schools where he goes, where he wants to go most, and second best, and so on, including the outside option. So this is the empty set denoted by an empty set. So something that is better than going to a particular school. And schools have preferences over subsets of students. And we use a simplification there. These preferences over subsets have to be responsive to preferences over individual students. That's just a standard property for this complex preferences over subsets to simplify the exposition. But probably our results can be generalized in this dimension. All right, so once we have the preferences of each side about each other and the capacity vector, we have, so this is what is denoted by PQ. P is the preference profile and Q is the capacity vector. We call it two-sided many-to-one matching problem. And the solution to this problem is a matching. So it is this red bijection that shows who goes where, who goes to which seat in a particular school. And the systematic solution is what we call a mechanism. So a mechanism takes the problem as an input and outputs a matching. All right, so far so good. Now, the core concept that is important for any type of matching market is called stability. So I defined it up front. Matching is stable if it satisfies two properties. One, it is individually rational. So everyone has a matching that is better than his or her outside option. It is individual rational to participate in this matching, to be matched. And second, this matching does not have a blocking pair. So this is a pair of a student and a school that are not matched. So this S and I are not matched together, but they prefer being matched over what they have now. So in particular, I prefers school S over what to sit under matching mu, and S either has a vacant seat, so it can just admit I, and I is acceptable, OS has a lower priority student, and it would prefer, based on our assumptions, to admit I rather than J, because I has a higher priority than J. So, and the mechanism satisfying these two properties is called stable if each matching that it outputs is stable. All right, so this is a desirable property. We know that markets that are stable, that are induced by stable mechanisms, tend to survive, that to last longer. Now I come to the main concept of the paper, rather simple. So how do we evaluate if one mechanism is more manipulable than the other? So what is manipulating? Manipulating is this is each mechanism induces a preference revelation game. So the strategy of an agent is his preference that he reports to the mechanism, and if the agent finds misreporting his preference beneficial, then we say he manipulates. So I talked about preference that applies to students. Students can only misrepresent their preferences, but school can misrepresent preference and capacity, specifically withhold capacity. Okay, so formally, it's written here, student I is a manipulating agent of mechanism at a problem. If there is a misreport, PI prime, such that the outcome of this misreport is preferred by I over the true outcome. And school S is manipulating agent by preference if it has misreported preference, such that it benefits. And school S has a manipulating agent of phi at the problem by capacity if there is an underreport of capacity who S prime, such that it benefits. Now, manipulations by preferences for schools have been shown to be exhaustive. Once the school can manipulate by preference, any manipulation by capacity only or by preference and capacity can actually be achieved. The same result can be achieved by manipulation by preference only. So it's going to be useful for some results. All right, so here's how we compare the mechanisms. We want to compare mechanism psi and mechanism phi. And we want to be able to say that psi is more manipulable than phi. And what is important, we compare them at each problem, point by point. So psi is more manipulable than phi if for each problem PQ, and here in the it's the size of the set of manipulating agents. So we count the manipulating agents that can manipulate phi at PQ, and it has to be not larger than the size, than the number of manipulating agents that manipulate psi at this problem. So phi doesn't have more manipulating agents at any problem, but there is a problem, some problem P prime, Q prime, such that it has strictly less, strictly fewer. Okay, so this is our notion that we use. Now, I told you about Padak and Sumner's paper. They introduced a weak and a strong criterion, and they are logically related to ours. So a weak is weaker than ours. What is it? Oh, sorry, this I'm presenting the strong. The strong is stronger than ours. The strong is agent inclusion. If agent I can manipulate phi at the problem, then he himself can also manipulate psi at this problem. And the reverse is not true. So at some problem, there exists some agent that can manipulate psi, but not phi. So it is stronger than counting because we can just count and then receive the second comparison. Now, a weaker property is called inclusion of manipulable problems. So let us, regardless of the number of manipulating agents, let's just focus on the problems that have zero manipulating agents, that are non-manipulable. And if one agent, or if one mechanism has a larger set of these problems, so it is more often non-manipulable, then it is less manipulable. So specifically, if we say that psi is more manipulable than phi, if from that no agent can manipulate psi at a problem follows that no agent I can manipulate phi at a problem. And the reverse is not true. So sometimes psi is manipulable, but phi is not manipulable. And it is weaker than counting because basically we still do counting, but we count whether the number of agents is 0 or larger than 0. Okay. So, and we will see that for certain comparisons, important comparisons, neither the strong one nor the weak one criteria apply, can be used, give results, but ours does. Okay, and the first story I want to tell shortly. So this is a canonical story of the National Resident Matching Program, where after 50 years of experimenting with the matching mechanism, they actually arrived before Gale and Shapley to a stable matching mechanism, and then Gale and Shapley rediscovered them theoretically, and they called it school proposing deferred acceptance. So students and schools report their preferences, and then schools propose, and then students tentatively accept and reject the rest, and then it goes on and on. What is important here is that students accept only tentatively. Once they receive a more preferred proposal, they reject all the proposal and accept the new. And then once there are no more rejections, we finalize the matching. Okay, so that's what they discovered, and that was a successful discovery because for another 50 years, almost 50 years, it has been in use. But over time, certain problems started accumulating, and one of them, so the most famous one is the problem with couples. But actually, if you read the documents carefully, one of the reasons to change the mechanism, to redesign the mechanism, was that the students were concerned about the excessive manipulability of the old mechanism. Indeed, school proposing deferred acceptance is manipulable by students. And the designers proposed to use student proposing Gale Shapley. We know that student proposing Gale Shapley is strategy proof for students. All right, but by that time, everyone knew already that schools can manipulate both school proposing and student proposing. And in the protocols of the decision making, you can see that the involved parties say, well, if we have a mechanism that is non-manipulable by one side, let us pick this one because others are manipulable by both sides. So they pick this one. However, later on in the same paper by Badak and Sonas, it has been proven that student proposing Gale Shapley has the largest number of manipulating schools. So there is a clear trade-off. If you want to have 0 manipulating students, you have to have the largest possible number among all stable mechanisms of manipulating schools. So the question is, was it a wise decision? Was it the correct resolution of the trade-off? And what we do here, so I know that I have to rush. What we do here, let me turn to the main result. We to compare this, to compare all stable mechanisms, school proposing and student proposing included, we
Alexander, 5 minutes.
Good. Yes, we count the total number students, including and schools, and show that among all stable mechanisms, student proposing Gale Shapley has fewer manipulating agents, so both students and schools. Now, here's a sketch of the proof, and I told you that manipulation by preference was exhausting, and manipulation by capacity needs a different proof, more an extended proof. And so, okay, I have to rush through that. But the main result is that it was a correct decision to focus on the student proposal. The second socio-canonical example in the literature is the redesign of the New York City High School match. There they started with a decentralized market and wanted to move to a stable matching mechanism. However, what was important is that the number of schools that students could submit was limited. Previously, it was limited by 5, And then it was after some negotiations with practitioners, so the designers, Al Roth and the company, could push it to 12, but not more. And the problem with these constraints is that they make all mechanisms manipulable by students, even student proposing Gale-Shapley. So to be able to answer this question again, among all constraints mechanisms, what is the best one? We have to have a independent proof. And so long story short, still also among constraint mechanisms, so those that restrict the number of schools that you can submit, constraint Gale-Shapley, student proposed Gale-Shapley, is still least manipulable. And the final slide, let me show you this. So Batak and Soames in the seminal paper, they only looked at manipulations by students because that was a not college admission problem, it was school choice problem, whereas schools are passive. They don't have strategies or preferences, they have only priorities prescribed by authorities, whom they should admit first and whom last. So they observed all these reforms. These are different school boards, school districts over the world, and these are the mechanisms that they used before and after. So they moved from a mechanism called Boston to serial dictatorship, from Gale-Shapley with constraint 3 to Gale-Shapley with constraint 4, and so on. And they evaluated them using their criterion. For mechanisms in England and Wales, we show that the result is wrong. So these mechanisms, their study mechanisms were so-called first preference first. It's a mixture between Boston and Gale-Shapley. Certain schools admit according to Boston, certain schools admit according to Gale-Shapley. And we prove that this result is wrong and correct the result using different criteria. And in our paper, we only studied the reforms that are in the red bars. And we are able to obtain two results. So first, once we compare constraint Gale-Shapley and constraint Boston, when you move from constraint Boston to constraint Gale-Shapley, the number of manipulating students decreases. That's the first result. And the second, once you extend the constraint of constraint Gale-Shapley, so you had a constraint Gale-Shapley with a shorter constraint and you make it longer, you allow students to submit more schools, you again decrease the number of manipulating students. But neither the weak criterion or strong criterion don't work. So strong is too strong and weak is weaker. All right, so we can combine these results together in a corollary. If you have a Boston with a short constraint, and Boston is the most widespread mechanism used over the world currently, not only you can switch to Gale-Shapley with the same constraint, you can at the same time extend the constraint, and again you decrease the number of manipulating agents. So I conclude here with this slide. These are the settings that we considered. We have different sets of agents who can manipulate schools, students who can manipulate by capacity or both rankings. The restrictions that cause it are stability or ranking constraints. There are several examples, and these are the recommendations. So and the results. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Nesterov. Any questions? I don't have any in the chat.
I have a question. May I ask?
Yes, please.
Yeah. First of all, thank you very much. I really enjoyed your work. It is very interesting. And I would like to suggest you one more direction, if you wish. My PhD student, when she was PhD student, Sonia Kiselgov, wrote an article, maybe you know, which correspond to the situation when in Russia, you see, when not all schools might be written in the list, and she showed that it gives a very distorted view of the situation. This might be also a very good starting point in a new direction of your studies to evaluate these manipulating agents. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This is indeed a concern, but the system that she studied, Ukrainian and Russian have many other flaws. So there is also an opportunity for kind of political impact, so to say. So I hope
Sasha, without any political impact. The idea is that if you have the restriction of this set, you see, by 5, for instance, universities, then people prefer to do what? To take care of highest level, but if not, then go to the lowest level to be sure that they will be accepted, you see. That it is also manipulation of the very specific kind.
Yes, yes. So, but in a way, this is already covered in the paper. We just know that a truthful report is not optimal, so they will be manipulating. What exactly is the manipulation does not matter. I understand that in practice it leads to many problems. So some people overshoot, some undershoot, some remain unmatched eventually. Because there is this constraint, but the constraint is already here. So I responded to that. I know that what motivated Sophia's study, and I say, well, yeah, we have even beyond that. We have many. The problem with the Russian system is that it is decentralized. So I understood your question.
Yeah, good. And was it published, this your paper?
This is submitted now.
Sorry? Submitted?
Submitted, yeah.
I see.
Yes,
I
not
see.
yet.
Okay, thanks.
The first one of the 3 is published this year in Theoretical Economics.
Then I would like to ask you to send me if possible, okay?
Yes, sure.
Thank you very much.
So I want to ask a question, Alexander. So it's very interesting, but why not count profiles where, let's say, someone can manipulate? Think of a dual version of that, and maybe even some combination.
Right.
And one more question about manipulating by capacity. There's another way that you could, I don't know which version you use, but there's an older literature on manipulation by endowments in exchange economies where you can manipulate by concealing your endowment, and then either you have to throw away that thing that you've concealed or you can consume it privately. So here it would mean that I would advertise on the mechanism a smaller number of seats, but then I could privately take in some people, without, by myself or something. Anyway, thanks.
Yes, so answering the second, that's exactly what happens. Schools in New York were concealing their capacities. They could not change the rankings because the rankings were restricted by law, by lottery, by scores and so on. But they could conceal capacity, and they did before the reform. So that is important for the result. This is, yeah, New York is where schools can manipulate only capacity. However, so in a way, that's exactly what happens. But you see that for different mechanisms, for different settings, there can be different types of manipulations. Here we are driven by the context. So once we see manipulation by preference or capacity, we include this as that's what we study in this exchange economies. If the endowments is the manipulation that is relevant, manipulation by endowment, then it would be interesting. Now, to your first question, just slipped off my mind. So
about counting profiles where somebody can manipulate.
Yes. So where somebody. So we just take a student and count for a particular student the number of profiles he can manipulate.
Yeah. I mean, if somebody manipulates, everything is going to go out of sync anyway. Why count the number of people who can? Who can throw it out of this thing. Once one guy goes, everything can go. If you take that point of view, I'm saying.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. Sounds good. Yes.
Okay, Alexander, we have to close this session.
Sorry, we'll talk later then.
Thank you. Yeah, you guys can have a private chat. Okay, so we are done with session 3, and session 4 can start immediately. Thank you. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks very much, everyone. Thanks. So Aditya, you're chairing, right? The next session?
Yes. Aditya, you're on.
Okay. So yeah, go ahead. I think the speaker is here too. So
yes. Good evening. Good afternoon. I think
Good morning to some of you. It is my great privilege to welcome and introduce our next speaker, Professor Wanghua Wan of Fudan University in Shanghai, China. Before working at Fudan University, Professor Wan worked in senior positions at the Asian Development Bank and also the World Institute for Development Economics Research in Helsinki. He is an authority with many publications, especially on growth, poverty, and inequality, mainly on China, but also in other Asian countries, including a comparison with India. He will be speaking to us today on deglobalization and China's economic growth, which is perhaps the very opposite of a topic which one would have expected even a couple of years ago, which would have been globalization and China's economic growth. This, of course, is a reflection on the changing times we have been living through in the last few years. Before I hand over to the speaker, one organizational announcement. Due to some personal constraints, Professor Wan will have to leave us at the end of half an hour, so we will not have the usual question and answer session. However, please do enter your questions in the chat box. Professor Wan may be able to take a couple of them in the course of his presentation. The unanswered questions we shall compile and forward to him, along with the names of the speakers, and his responses will either be posted on our website or sent individually to the people who asked those particular questions. So without any further delay, let me hand over the floor to Professor Wan.
Okay, many thanks for inviting me to this conference. I listened to a couple of papers in the previous session. I was wondering whether I got something wrong because the papers presented so far, so professional academic papers. I thought this is part of the BRICS network activity. So I'm not really going to present a professional paper, but I'm really going to just talk about, share with you some of the things happen. The chair mentioned it's something related to globalization and the Chinese economy. I thought about it. I slightly changed the title of my presentation. I'm really going to focus on the recent slowdown of the Chinese economy, and some of you already know, and which of course is important. It is watched by many inside and of course outside China. So I will spend probably about 25 minutes to 30 minutes. Now, if there are important questions, I'd be happy to take a couple of questions after my presentation. All right, so let me start with this chart, which of course most of you or all of you know. The growth in China has been phenomenal. This is a chart depicting the total GDP of the almost all the largest economies in the world. And the red line is China, and you can see China started to appear in this map, in this figure in the early to mid 90s, and then it has been growing. And a particularly important year, of course, is 2010. That's when China overtook Japan, becomes the second largest economy. And then, of course, we still have the United States ahead of China. Now, it's not only, and of course, you all know China very much like India is a big, has a very big population. And, you were wondering what's happening to the per capita GDP. Well, it's similar. It has a similar trend. The per capita GDP was fairly flat until about early 90s, and then we start to rise, and now it's about 10,000, just over 10,000 US dollars on official exchange rate. And that's, of course, it's something so many people knows about the miracle growth in China. And of course, something I think my Indian friends will be more interested is what's happening to poverty with this growth. And poverty reduction in China has been dramatic. Here is the three lines representing poverty rates under different poverty lines. The $1.90 poverty line, the $3.20 poverty line. These two are the poverty lines of the World Bank. Then we have in the middle, the gray line. Gray line is the poverty line of the Chinese government, official poverty line. But of course, we know, irrespective of what poverty lines you use, that you have similar trend, and poverty reduction has been dramatic, quite dramatic in China, and it's actually more than that. It's not just the lifted so many out of poverty. It actually contributes to the MDGs, the Millennium Development Goals. Depending on what time period you are looking at, the contribution of China to the global poverty reduction has been phenomenal. I mean, it's, many of us know the growth, China's growth contributed to about 30% of global growth in the last many years. And we call that miracle growth. But I always say the poverty, in terms of poverty reduction, China's contribution is more dramatic. So if you look at 1990 to 2015, that period, what's happening to global poverty and what's happening to, how much China contributed. China contributed almost 64% to the global poverty reduction. And if we shorten that period to 1990 to 2010, that contribution raises to almost 75%. And if you short to the first 10 years, after 1990 to 2005, the contribution is more than 90%. So China's contribution is really quite dramatic. But I want to come back to this issue of growth. I mean, all those sort of charts we just presented, of course, are driven by growth in China, even the poverty reduction. This is the chart showing how much the poverty reduction in China, we break down that into two components, the contributions due to growth and the contributions due to redistribution. That's a sort of a standard decomposition. And I'm not going to spend more time on that. I mean, simply stated, all the poverty reduction in China are coming from growth, with very little, if there's any, contributions from redistribution. And of course, that's the key point. That's the key point I'm going to come to. It's because this sort of rising inequality in China, which hurts China's economic growth. So we can see now, let's come back to this growth rate in China. We've been talking about total GDP growth. We've been talking about the impact of growth on poverty. And here's the growth rate from mid-1950s. And you can see, of course, we all know growth has been pretty high and it has been rising in China. But of course, you see the trend line here. But since about 2008, 2009, China has been slowing down and there's no sign of recovery. And that's something which is debatable as to what caused that. And I do have my own views. Or we are asking, what happened, what's happened, and what will happen in the future in the sort of regarding the outlook of the Chinese government. And to understand, I mean, we don't have time to go through all the details. To just give you a broad explanation, we need to really come down to what really drives China's growth. And the way I explain to non-economists, not through sort of hardcore research, is I tell them the growth, the miracle growth, which brought down poverty in China, are driven by two things, and that's quite well known in China. I mean, people, economists or non-economists, use this all the time, and I call them two legs. So China has been running or growing so fast, running on two legs. One is reforms, which started in the late 1970s and has been going on, market-oriented reforms. The other part, which is something I'm going to focus on, is the opening up. So reform is basically internal, domestic, reforming the economic system. Opening up is really integrating into the global economy, and that so the one of the two legs is globalization, and it's globalization which is running into trouble. Now, before I come to the globalization, I want to demonstrate how important globalization is to the Chinese economy. So here's a chart again showing the GDP of China, the bars showing the volume of GDP in US dollars. And then the orange line actually shows the Chinese GDP as a percentage of the US GDP. And I want to use this chart to demonstrate, to provide anecdotal evidence, how important globalization is to China. First, we can demonstrate this, my point, through two important historical events which happened in post-reform China. One is this in early 1992. Something happened in China. Some friends may recognize, may not. In this picture, we show Deng Xiaoping and his daughter. And that's a picture when he toured southern China. Economists inside China, when they do modeling work, they will often use a dummy variable to actually define the time period before 1992 and after 1992. And that's really capturing the impact of this tour by Deng Xiaoping, who was the architect of China's economic reform. And he made that tour to southern China, and which, of course, there are politics behind it, but the key thing is China started another round of reforms and opening up in 1992. And of course, that actually show up in this map. You could see it. You can see there's the rise in the slope of China's growth. And that's, of course, the opening up is, of course, indication of part of globalization. And the second important event most of us will know is in the late or towards the end of 2001, China joined WTO. And the joining WTO is a historical event. Of course, it's indicating globalization. And again, you can see after China joined WTO, then you see the change in the slope of this curve. And so these are the anecdotal evidence, but I can also use two simple comparisons to demonstrate or to argue for the importance of globalization to the Chinese economy. One comparison which we can do is, of course, pre and post-reform of China, before 1978 and after 1978. And before China was growing, but was slow growing with a lot of fluctuations. But after 1978, particularly after 1992, China's growth accelerated and also become more stable. So this comparison also demonstrates the importance of globalization to the Chinese economy. The second comparison, we can go back to the history to look at the fall and rise, or the rise and the fall of China, things about year 1000 AC. And here is this chart demonstrating that. This chart represents or plots the GDP share of China in global GDP provided by Aegis Medicine. I think many of us knows the name of Aegis Medicine, and the other one is compiled by a think tank in the United States. No matter which data you're going to use, you trust. China was quite prominent in the global economy, occupied about 25% of the global economy for quite a long time until about 1600 AC. And that's between the two. It's a period between the Ming Dynasty and the Qing Dynasty. And of course, dramatic decline of the Chinese economy happened around about 1820. And if you come to China or you have Chinese friends, if you ask what happened, why China dropped the economy dropped so dramatically between these two dynasties and in the last 400 years. And most Chinese will be able to tell you it's because China closed its door to the outside world. And that just demonstrates, again, another indication indicating the importance of globalization to the Chinese economy. And globalization did happen in China, and we can look at some of the data. After reform, here is the FDI inflow and outflows. The blue line indicating, dark blue line indicating the inflows. So China received a lot of FDIs since about early 1990s. And of course, China only recently, in the last 20 years, less than 20 years, start to also invest outside. But in any case, China is highly globalized in terms of the FDI variable. And to show that, to do a comparison, here is the what we called the FDI openness index. FDI in terms of GDP. The red line is China. The blue line is the United States, which of course has been the largest recipient of FDI for many years. With only a couple of years exceptions where China became the #1. But of course, US economy has been larger than China in terms of this percentage of GDP. China has been more open using this indicator, more open than the United States, than Korea, and then Japan. And the other index, of course, indicating openness or joining the global economy is trade. I actually did not do the comparison, but if you add the data from the United States here again, since about mid-90s, China is more open than the United States in terms of trade openness. Here, the trade openness is represented by this red line here, and the bars showing import and export of volumes. So China, globalization is two most often used indicators. China actually is, you can say China is more globalized than the United States and many of the major economies in the world. But what's happening is globalization has been coming, and of course in the last few years it's become more obvious. But in fact, if you look at the data, the globalization actually happened as early as 2008. And here is the chart showing the non-tariff barriers. One is the column indicating the non-tariff barriers, and the gray one indicating sanitary and food. In particular, after 2008, it stayed at a very high level. So that's one indication of the globalization. But of course, people did not take much notice. and some friends may say, hey, this is not very convincing. So I'm going to show you another indicator, which is the trade growth, the growth rate of global trade. And you can see 2008 here very easily. And before 2008, 2009, trade growth has been growing faster than economic growth on a global scale. But after that, trade growth has been slowing, smaller, has been much lower than economic growth. So, I mean, I'm not saying globalization has ended, but there is the globalization tide here. And FDI is same. In about before 1997, 98, has been rising quite significantly. After that, it's been fluctuating. We don't see a clear trend. Now, with that, part here, of course, almost all economies in the world suffered the setback by the global financial crisis in 2008. But what the difference is, between China and the other economies is that you can see the other major economies has been recovering. I mean, of course, we don't have to, we shouldn't really take the pandemic period 2020, 2021, consideration. And so the other economies has been recovering, perhaps not recovering to the pre-crisis level. But there is one exception, that is China. China has been, the growth rate has been deaccelerating and continuously. It's really, I call it, it's a falling off the cliff. And there's no sign of recovery. And it happened since 2008. So myself, I actually provide that kind of warning. I mean, as academic, since about 2009, 2010, I've been talking about the globalization. I've been talking about, the China's problem with once the globalization happens, the Chinese, the China must took notice. So in 2018, I returned to China in end of 2017, and I did the seminar, the very first, really pay attention to domestic demand. And of course, you don't read Chinese, but that's a seminar report in the news, in the media. And I emphasize domestic demand, domestic consumption is very important. But the good thing, of course, I've been saying that in the last 10 years or so, and even in 2018, but eventually the government decided in 2010, in May 2020, they started this dual circulation strategy. Now, I wanted to mention that because we all know that China started opening up in late 1970s, and they started to globalize since about mid and early 1990s. And so this growth strategy of China in the earlier period of post-reform, after reform, was really globalization. Global, using the external market, integrate the global economy. The dual circulation strategy says, hey, we still want to be integrated, but we got to pay much more attention. We got to let the internal circulation will be more and more important. Now, to explain the concept, you only need to remember three words or four words: domestic innovation, domestic demand. But as far as domestic demand is concerned, we know that domestic demand consists of investment demand and consumption demand. But as far as investment is concerned, those who has been watching the Chinese economy will know China has been investing a lot. Almost economists actually say they invest too much. We had a very high investment rate for many years. So the returns to investment has been declining. In other words, the potential for more investment or for raising investment to promote this dual circulation strategy is not hopeful at all. At least I'm not optimistic looking at the investment front. But if that's not, investment doesn't have much potential, then the only way to improve the globalization lies in a raise consumption or reduce savings. But increasing consumption is not very easy. As economists, we all know. So we have to ask. This actual chart shows the savings rate compared with Japan, the United States, not the United States, the world and other economies. Again, the red line shows the savings rate of China. China saves almost 45%, the latest number. Sometimes, in one period in the 2009, 2010 was over 50% of GDP, which is, if I could, it's ridiculous high. And now it's coming down, but still very, very high. It's 20% higher than the world average. It's even 10% higher than East Asia. So we got to ask why Chinese save so much and consume so little. Now, of course, in the past, if you save a lot, you do not consume so much, the economy can still develop, or using this this circulation, related to the circulation, the Chinese economy can still continue to circulate. It's simply because we sell a lot of things to Europe, to America, and other external markets. But the globalization means this no longer reliable. This may actually even become more and more serious. Not just the globalization, but also due to international politics and geopolitics. So we got to ask, if you want to raise domestic consumption, you got to ask why Chinese do not consume. Well, the first factor I want to share with you is culture, is Confucianism culture, and that's why if you check the statistics, East Asia accounts for 60% of the global reserve, foreign currency reserve. They save a lot. Japan and Korea also saves. And the other issue, which is unique to China, not in Japan or Korea, the consumption is low. It's because China has a fairly high inequality. And this is a chart showing the inequality in China from, starting from the year of reform, 1978. What you could see, the inequality has been rising, with some fluctuations, whether you use Gini coefficient or use Tau index. There since about 2008, 2007, but the level of inequality is still quite high. Now, with that high level of inequality, of course, we understand it will affect consumption, the aggregate consumption, due to this famous law of diminishing marginal returns to consume. And not only income is very unequal in China, but also the wealth and housing wealth are even more unequal. So income Gini right now after taxes is 0.42, but the wealth Gini in China reached, it was 0.4 in 1995, it reached 0.7 in 2017. And if you look at housing wealth Gini, it was 0.6 in 2002, and reached 0.77, almost 0.8 in 2017. So inequality in China, whether you look at the stock variable of wealth or you look at the flow variable of income, is very high. One point I want to emphasize is that, of course, in Europe, in America, they may have a similar inequality index, not Northern Europe, of course, but it took those economies hundreds of years to reach that level. But inequality in China, as I shown in this chart, it really started to rise from mid-1980s. So it only took China 20 years to reach the inequality level, high inequality level in other economies. And with this high inequality, of course, it affects consumption. And as I mentioned, I want to just recap. In the past, we cannot consume so much, we export to the outside. Because with the globalization, of course, we will have trouble unless you raise your consumption. The economy will running into problems, and that's exactly what happened. I'm going to skip this more statistics regarding inequality in China. I mean, our Indian friends can compare the situation in China with what's happening in India. So, and that's why the Chinese government started this campaign called Common Prosperity about middle in May this year. Right now, so the whole country now is talking about Common Prosperity campaign. It's only a year after they launched this new strategy of dual circulation. Now they're talking. They launched this campaign of Common Prosperity. It's simply because they realized without tackling the inequality issue, as long as the globalization stays or become worse, the Chinese economy cannot continue to develop. China will have trouble in the economic circulation. We're running into problems. So that's the latest what's happening regarding economic policy, the Common Prosperity campaign. So I want to end with this some points, several points regarding growth outlook. The point we started this presentation because growth is important, of course, for China, but also important for others. And with all this globalization happening, this changing in development strategy and the campaign of common prosperity, what is my sort of assessment on the growth outlook of China? Well, we already realized whether China can continue to grow at a reasonable rate, really depending on the dual circulation strategy, whether that would work, right? If the domestic consumption cannot be increased, China will have trouble in pushing forward growth. And as we already indicated, argued, the dual circulation strategy, for that to work, the common prosperity campaign must succeed. In other words, China must bring down inequality. And of course, as I mentioned, bring down inequality is not sufficient. There is also cultural factor affecting consumption in China. I mean, if you look at Japan and Korea, they all open economies. They all have relatively high savings, but they are highly globalized, and they don't have a serious issue with globalization as China. I mean, China also suffers from this usual slowdown in trade and FDI flows, but we also have been affected by non-economic factors like the Sino-US trade war and and there are other geopolitical issues which I don't want to spend time on. And I just want to mention, for the common prosperity, for the dual circulation strategy to work, the common prosperity must tackle inequality, but we also have the problem with the culture, which is, sort of people tend to save rather than to spend, and that's going to take time for that to change. So the question really in my mind now is whether China can maintain 5% or above 5% growth in the medium run. And I hope I don't have an answer. That's my hope. And actually, to really get the answer to that, we really need to watch out for the globalization trend, and to watch out to keep eyes on this common prosperity and dual circulation strategy. So let me end here. Thank you. Hello.
Yes. Thank you very much, Professor Wan. That was a sweeping and candid insider's view of China, and quite different from the impression we get from just looking at the Western media and whatever accounts filter through to us. Of course, a fall in the growth rate to about 7 or 8% would still be very impressive by the standards of most other countries, but certainly a fall from the high levels attained by China in earlier years. Now, I know you said you would have to leave early. In fact, you went a little over for the half-an-hour slot, but it was so fascinating, I didn't want to remind you. Would you be willing to take a couple of questions?
Yes.
Good. So nothing appeared in the chat box, but I could open the floor to anyone who would like to ask a question. Just unmute yourself and speak up.
Yeah. May I ask a question?
Sure.
Yes, Pami.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Wan, for first of all agreeing to do this talk at a time that was not so convenient for you, and also for a wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
So in my presentation yesterday in this conference, I talked about synchronization of recessions across economies, and also looked at the Great Recession as well as recessions in various economies in the COVID pandemic period. And what I found was, based on whatever information I have, of course you are the expert on this, that China has not had a recession for the past 20 years at least. Because I was looking at the past 20 years, and of course it has had slowdowns.
Yes.
And but both China and India had escaped the Great Recession. So whereas the rest of the world was in a recession, both India and China were resilient, but both had sharp slowdowns during that time. But during this external shock, which is the pandemic period, what I find is that both China and India actually experienced a recession. And for China, it came after several years. It was the first of the 21st century. And also I had based my work on dating done by the Economic Cycle Research Institute. And for China, the recession dates that are given are December 2020 to December 2019 to March 2020. So China, as you had shown, the growth rate was slowing down. And so the recession is dated for this short period. And for India, it is dated from February 2020 to April 2020. So what would be your views on this for China?
You asking about the pandemic?
Yeah, pandemic, and also that China slipping into a recession, which is what my work shows, that there is a short period when China slipped into a recession, which it has been resilient to for the past 20 years, but it could not escape the pandemic period.
Right. Now, the pandemic, of course, broke up in Wuhan, and the first 2 quarters of China suffered a dramatic decline in the growth rate. But by middle of 2020, the pandemic was more or less under control, so economy started to grow. And you will know, of course, the 2020 growth rate was about 3%, which of course dropped a lot, but it was really achieved in the second half of 2020. I mean, this year China is doing much better, and I want to mention, if you look at this year and if you average 2020 and 2021, it's likely China would have a growth rate of about 5.1, maybe 5.2. It's between 5% and 5.2%. Averaged, over these 2 years, but the one thing I want to again, to relate to this globalization thing is the Chinese economy is really very heavily reliant on the external market. We achieved about 8% growth this year over last year. Of course, last year was the growth rate was very low. We achieved that. One of the major factor is the import and export, because China managed to manage the pandemic much better than the rest of the world. So there's a huge demand for exports from China. China's export growth has been about 20% this year, which only happened only after China joined WTO in year 2001. So my concern is not really last year, this year they slowed down. My concern is, I've been saying, is really what will happen 2 or 3 years after the pandemic ends. So I cannot tell you about the recession, but I'm worried about whether China can maintain a 5% growth rate in the medium term.
Right. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Any other questions?
Yeah. Aditya, is there?
Yes, Dibyendu. Go ahead.
Hi, Professor Wang. This is Dibyendu.
Hi.
Yeah. Okay. So I think this is fascinating talk. So basically, try to show that the China is actually moving towards a deglobalization from financial crisis onwards. Now, basically, I'm trying to actually understand that what has actually triggered the China to move towards deglobalization from the crisis. So crisis actually has been originated mainly in the financial sectors, but Chinese financial markets operate something different from the Western worlds, because your central bank financing, your exchange rate monitoring is something different from the rest of the world. So what exactly has happened that has actually led China to move towards the deglobalization from this period onwards? Could you please elaborate a little bit on that?
Right. Okay, thank you. I guess that's really got to move beyond economics. It's partly related to the slowdown in trade and FDI, but China has been doing okay in terms of FDI, not too bad. But it's really mainly on the trade front. You probably know this the Sino-US trade war started in March 2018, and now that time China did not. They thought it wasn't going to be very serious. Things were returned to normal, but it didn't. Then they were hoping when Trump steps down and Biden comes in, things will improve. Again, it's not really happening. And meanwhile, Europe as a whole also putting a lot of barriers to investment and to some extent on trade flows between China and the European Union. So the government, literally the politicians, the government realized in the end, we cannot, China cannot rely on, like in the past, so much relying on the external market. And that's how they made the decision to start this dual circulation strategy. I mean, by the way, as I mentioned, it doesn't mean China is, not interested in globalization, in trade and FDI. No, that's not the case. It's just they want to make sure China largely, the growth will largely rely on the domestic factors, domestic forces.
Okay, that's good.
Maybe one more question, if anyone has.
Right. Okay.
What is the revised schedule? Are we taking a break now, or are we going straight to the next session?
We're going to take a break till 7:45. So.
Okay, so we can perhaps go on for a few minutes.
Yes.
If Professor Wan is willing. Yeah.
Can I ask a quick question, please?
Yes, Chetan.
Okay, thanks. So just picking up on the US-China trade wars, which you said started in March 2018, and there's a lot of recent work now that shows that that's led to a trade contraction, global value chain disruptions, welfare losses, higher unemployment, higher inflation, and so on. What is your sense of, and this is a policy question, the future of the rules-based trading system? So we know prior to, for many decades, the Washington consensus said that, if you had a credible policy regime and a predictable trading environment, you would have stable trade and investment growth. But all of that seems to, be coming up into the air. So do you have a sense of the future of the rule-based trading system, number one? Number two, even if you look at the experience of manufacturing growth in EMEs in the last 20 years, it's really just been a handful of countries that have seen robust manufacturing growth, maybe Bangladesh to some extent, Vietnam, Ethiopia maybe a little bit, and India a little bit. So what is, in your sense, also the engine of growth going forward? If it's not going to be manufacturing, is it going to be services? And but if it's services, then that relies on a rule-based trading system. So, and if that doesn't pan out, what's your prognosis looking forward? Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. I'm not sure whether I could fully address your questions. I mean, the rural-based trading system has been a key point or a blocking point between China and the United States, and between China and European Union when they were talking about the investment treaty between these two economies. Now, I understand, if I understand correctly, the main thing lies, one is, of course, the property rights protection. Second is the subsidies or support to the state-owned enterprises. My take is that China is willing to discuss regarding the property right issue. I think China is pretty open-minded. The subsidy to state-owned enterprises, because that's really beyond the economics. It has something to do with ideology, which I'm also watching, very closely. What's coming out of the decision-making, policy-making community. So that's on that. Now on the manufacturing-driven sort of thing, China succeeded, as in Bangladesh and India and Vietnam. I don't I haven't really done research on what's driven that, but one of the things I think we know the difference between China's fast industrialization process, and I mean India is doing that, but it's a little not as successful as China is related to the infrastructure. We know there are a lot of work being done on the impact of infrastructure on the manufacturing growth in China, which may, I don't know, if you ask me that question, I think that's one of the probably key factor making the difference between China, India, and some other economies.
Thank you.
Since we still have some time, anyone else would like to ask a question? Then may I ask a question which I've been thinking about during your presentation? You talked about the role of culture in restraining the consumption of people from a particular cultural background. But from what one reads, perhaps demography could also have something to do with it. The fact that because of earlier draconian policies discouraging couples from having children, most Chinese now cannot look forward to being supported by children as they grow older. Could it be possible that they are actually saving more to provide for their own old age, since both the state and family support may not be entirely reliable as they were in the past?
Right. No, you are absolutely right. This traditionally, in China, of course, there's a saying, right? Why do you have so many kids? I mean, like me, I have together, 6 brothers and sisters, and they, of course, the things changed when China implement this one-child policy, and many people, of course, are saving for that reason to some extent. But that part, of course, can be subject to policy interventions, right? You can increase the welfare and set up the welfare system and so on, which is happening in China since about 2003, even in rural China. But the culture factor is something there's very little you could do. So the low consumption can be explained by a number of factors, including fast rising housing prices in China. There are quite a lot of work being done internally. People have to save and to buy properties, and the properties become so expensive, particularly in Shanghai. I mean, I lived in Tokyo 2.5 years before I returned to Shanghai, and Tokyo is expensive, right? Even after even Japan suffers slowdowns and so on, it's still one of the very expensive cities in terms of housing. But there's no comparison, the housing price Shanghai versus Tokyo. So there are many other factors. I mean, that's why China is cracking down on the housing market, and they're doing that dramatically. Now, real estate agents, you will be surprised. Real estate agents cannot put out the advertisement on their windows. It's just the Chinese government just made this decision, say you cannot. And if you want to sell your property, you propose a price. Usually you go to the real estate agent, right? In China, no. You propose a price, it must subject to the government approval. If they say it's reasonable, then you can put on property on your market. If not, you got to come down. So there's some these things, whether it's good or not. We're not going to make a judgment. But there are things which are subject to interventions, including inequality to some extent. The Common Prosperity Campaign is causing a huge confusion in China. I mean, I've been saying the whole 1.4 billion people are totally confused about this campaign, because the poor people says, hey, we're going to get a big transfer. Rich people are worried about what the government is going to do to our assets and income. Middle class says they get lost. So they can do something about inequality, but it's going to be difficult, right? But the culture thing, I mean, I emphasize culture because it's something there's very, very little you could do about it. I mean, I use that example between me and my daughter, who was born in Australia, grew up in Australia. She has a totally different attitude towards consumption with me. I mean, I'm not poor anymore, but my consumption habit was formed when I was in my late teens and early 20s, and it's so difficult to change. Even I wanted to change, sometimes it's just so difficult.
Maybe the solution will arise with the next generation.
That's right. We've got to wait.
We'll have different values.
That's why I said, yeah, it's going to take time.
Yes. All right. Just if no one else has a question, one more speculative question from me. As a result of the pandemic, we hear a lot about the tendency to offshoring and international supply chains being reconfigured because now manufacturers in the US and Europe realize that they over-reliant, or their supply chains were over-dependent on China in particular. Do you think that is a threat? Is that another dimension of deglobalization?
Well, I mean, that's of course that was derived from the pandemic. People realized for national security, for the health of own resident citizens, I mean, you got to move certain supply chains back home, and also you got to diversify, not relying, putting all eggs in one basket. And in that sense, there are a lot of research attention being paid to Vietnam and to some extent to Southeast Asia and even India. Now, after the pandemic, I think that will continue to some extent, and that will further hurt the Chinese economy.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Well, I think we have far exceeded the time because this was such a fascinating session, and we have kept you up very late. I think it's quite late at night in Shanghai. And, thank you so much for agreeing to stay on beyond the allotted time, and I can wish you good night.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And I mean, last time I had to turn down because it was too late. I'm not in my 50s anymore, so I try to go to bed on a regular, working on a regular scale. So my apologies for that. But next time, I mean, if Kurt, when you arrange the schedule, just remember I like to keep my regular working and resting schedule. Yeah, thanks so much. I really appreciate that opportunity.
Yes, thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, all the best and take care, everybody. Take care. Okay, bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you, Dongla.
Bye.
It is a problem in this age of international virtual conferences to cater to everyone's time zones.
Yeah.
So yeah, it is a challenge. So with that, we close this session, and I think we take a break now for 15 minutes before reconvening.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
At 7:45.
Yeah.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Aditya. Thank you. So is Marina is there? Yeah, she's sharing her slides. Hello, hi. You're on mute. I can't hear you. You're on mute. Marina, you're on mute. Can she not hear me? Or is she speaking to somebody else?
Just I sent him.
Yes,
sent her
no,
a
it's
text.
okay.
Yes, okay.
Now
Yeah.
it's
Hello,
okay.
hi.
Yeah. Hi,
Hi.
nice to meet you.
Hi, I'm
Great
Chetan.
audience. Thank you for inviting me. I attended not everything because I had students, but yesterday and today I attended much, and it's great. I liked it very much, actually. A nice conference. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you very much for coming. Really nice of you to come. So
yeah. So I'm ready within, it seems to me now, 10 minutes. I'll be ready to start.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for joining us. Yeah.
Yeah.
Marina, can you stop sharing now?
Sorry?
Can you stop sharing now? I mean, because we have already checked.
Yes.
okay, great. Lawrence, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi.
So I was just sorting out some stuff. Good to see you all.
Good to see you. Can you just quickly check your slides?
Okay. All right. Are you able to see them all?
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, cool. And are you able to hear me clearly enough?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much.
Yeah, good to see you, Lawrence. Hi.
Yes, you too, Fami. Well done, hey? Well done, all of you, for pulling it together. Hey? There've been some interesting sessions. I didn't get much today, but yesterday was also a wonderful session in the afternoon, so it was great.
Yeah, well, thanks for all your help in putting this together.
It's lovely. It's nice to see it come together, hey?
Really, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Barry, I don't see here, not yet, but maybe he's going to join shortly.
Yeah. But she might be having co-author.
No, it is co-authored as Poonam, but Barry is presenting. So
Barry is presenting, but I'll just check.
Yeah.
Yeah, just check.
So Marina, you're based in Moscow, is that right?
Yes, I'm from Moscow State University.
I see.
The oldest and the biggest university in Russia.
Okay,
almost 300 years. So I like it very much. So I'm basing in Moscow, but traveling much because we have research in regions. So I have many opportunities to travel within Russia, and before COVID, of course, abroad, but now it's very difficult. Yeah, only online.
Right.
So Marina, you were saying that you run a journal on BRICS Economics, isn't it? Journal of BRICS Economics, I think, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, so do you publish paper only on the BRICS issues or something else?
I have some gap with sound, it seems to me. I'm sorry for this. It's coming, but with some gap. I hope my sound is okay.
Your sound is okay. Yeah, I can hear you clearly. Maybe it's Divyendu's. I can hear Divyendu too, but somehow.
Yeah.
I was asking you about the journal you edit, the BRICS journal, and do you accept articles only on BRICS topics, or is it primarily on that, I guess?
Economic topics concerning BRICS countries. So I will tell a bit about it at the beginning of my presentation, because I'm highly interested to invite good authors to our journal. And we have few papers on India, very few, mostly on China, Russia, some on Brazil, one or two from Africa, but very few from India. So I'll be happy to to invite papers, and maybe even to have a special issue. Maybe we will discuss it after the conference. It'll be great to invite some professors from your university to be invited editor and to organize a special issue. We are only 2 years old, actually. We started at the beginning of 2020. But we are starting just at the beginning of the 2022, when we have 2 years to apply to Scopus and Web of Science emerging collection. because the quality of papers we try that they are high, and I hope we will be there just within half an hour, maybe. It depends.
Yeah. Okay.
Barry, have you joined?
I don't see him. Did you call Poonam, Pami? Yeah.
No.
Yeah, so they're trying to sort it out. I called her assistant also. So both of them are trying to sort it out.
Okay.
Poonam is not answering her phone, so that's why I've called her assistant.
Right.
He might have miscalculated the timing because of certain changes in the daylight and all those things actually comes into play.
I hope that I hope that the conversion we put on the program was correct.
Yeah, well, California is what, 12.5 hours behind? Yeah, think about that.
Yeah.
So it's what time there now? 7:30. So 7 o'clock in the morning. So it must be very cold in Moscow right now. Huh? Must be freezing.
Yeah. As to Moscow, it's not too cold because it's about 0. But it seems to me, I visited Delhi some years ago, so I understand that it's quite cold for Delhi. But for Moscow, it's okay. Minus 25 is too cold in Moscow, yeah, seems to me.
I know what you mean, because I remember many years ago working in Berlin, and in November it's freezing cold in Berlin. And then it was minus 20 degrees every day for about a month, and then suddenly I went to a place where it was 0 degrees and it felt like summer. So I know what you mean. It's all relative.
To drive a car when it's 0 because we are gliding sometimes. Yeah. But it's much better when it's snowing and it's cold. It's better than 0.
So
how it is in South Africa?
No, it's nice. Never gets that cold. But when I visited Moscow in like 1993, I think it was, on the way home, it was in December, just after Christmas, and I'd never been that cold before. So I spent my entire days in the subway, which is unbelievable, and was warm and beautiful. And then I'd pop out to see something for 5 minutes, and then I was back in the subway. That was I can tell you all about the Moscow subway and a little bit about Red Square and a few other spots, but nothing else. It was lovely there.
So you should come in June, maybe. It would be great.
We went to, very nice. No, I went to St. Petersburg under the BRICS Network University Initiative. There was a conference there. And that was marvelous. It's such a beautiful city. It's incredible. Very romantic city as well. I mean, I promised my wife I'd take her there, and then COVID hit. So maybe sometime in the future. And I've never been to India, I must say. That's the other area that one day I have to go. I mean, I don't think you can go through life and not have experienced India.
We agree.
Yes. I think this initiative is going to give us some scope, I think, in near future.
Yeah.
Once things normalize a little bit,
Yeah.
Some of your colleagues has visited visited India.
Yes. So, I mean, some of our colleagues, popped in to come under the Network University a while ago, and Reza Daniels, he actually was attending yesterday's session, I saw as well. He popped in because he knew some people from ISI, so he wanted to see you virtually. So he came through. I think, Chetan, you've met him once before. He's actually going to be the new head of department.
Who's this? Sorry? Who's this?
Someone called Reza Daniels.
Okay.
He came in January.
It's a monetary guy, right?
Yeah.
Monetary.
He works on poverty.
Huh?
He works particularly on the microdata poverty inequality, isn't it?
Oh,
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And he was going to spend quite a lot of time, I think, in Delhi or in ISI.
I know him. I know him. Yeah. He visited us. I remember meeting him in our canteen for lunch every day because everybody goes down to our canteen. Yeah, and then COVID hit, so I guess he left or.
Or he'd still be there.
Right. Yeah. Right. So.
So no news yet. So we'll start on time, and then he can join. Yeah. So, but they are trying to reach him. So. Yeah.
Did you manage to talk to Poonam?
He's not answering the phone, so I'm in touch with the assistant.
Yeah.
And
so
she's trying to call. She's trying to call Barry.
Okay.
Yeah. So she's trying to call him. Yeah. Already message has been sent to Poonam also. Yeah. We have a couple of minutes, I think.
Okay, so welcome back. I'm going to start the session. So this is the invited papers part of the issues in international trade and finance. It's the last session of the conference. And we have three outstanding speakers today. Professor Marina Cheresheva at Moscow State University, who's also editor of the BRICS Journal of Economics, and she'll speak briefly about that. Professor Lawrence Edwards at the University of Cape Town, and Lawrence has been instrumental in a very strong South African contingent in this conference. So Lawrence, thank you very much for all your help in shaping up the program. And our third speaker, who's hopefully going to join, is Professor Barry Eichengreen, who's a very well-known international macro, international finance historian, scholar at the University of California at Berkeley. So Marina, we'll start with you, and you have 25 minutes to speak, and then the final 5 minutes will be for Q&A, and I'll take all questions in the chat box. So please go ahead.
Okay. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, I can. You can maybe, yeah, perfect.
Yeah. Okay, great. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to such an interesting and high-quality conference. And I'm a professor in marketing at the Lomonosov Moscow State University, and also I'm heading the Research Center for Network Economy and a lab for institutional analysis. And this paper is with Tiantian Li, my PhD student from China, also from Lomonosov Moscow State Universities. And a few words about my research center. The main topics are on interform networking, on social network analysis, on sustainable regional economic development based on networking, including entrepreneurial networks, networks of small cities, and so on, and relationship marketing applied to emerging markets and cross-cultural studies. And here you can see my group and some of our conferences in Moscow. And I hope after COVID will stop, I could invite you to Moscow to some of our conferences. And also, last but not least, about me, I'm editor of the BRICS Journal of Economics, which is quite a young journal. We started at the beginning of 2020. It's a peer-reviewed scientific journal, quarterly, and publication is free because we have financial support from one of the big banks of Russia, the VTB Bank, and the Faculty of Economics of our university. And topics are quite broad because it's not about international relations of BRIC countries, but about BRIC countries, their economy, their management, and so on. So you can see topics of interest are quite broad: sustainable development, microeconomics and economic growth, international economics, financial, industrial organization, and also lots of information we have from different countries, because it's applied even not only to BRICS countries. We have some papers from Africa, not from South Africa. We have some papers from Latin America, but mostly it's about BRICS countries. And we have some special issues. For example, the next will be MNCs and globalization. I attended some papers now at your conference, and I hope maybe somebody will like to join this special issue. And I also hope that in future we will have some special issue on maybe on Indian economy and management, or maybe on papers which were presented at your conferences. So you are welcome to join. And I decided to present, I'm professor of marketing, so I'm talking about consumer behavior, but I decided to present two of the three papers which were published in the BRICS Journal of Economics this year. One of them is about impact of FIFA World Cup on the image of Russia. So I will skip this paper just now because it's mostly about Latin American countries and their consumers. But two other papers from Berezka et al. And Tiantian Li, my student, and his co-authors are based on the research made in our research center. So it seems to me it will be very interesting to present some of our results, which are already published. And so it's the agenda, a bit of COVID-19, literature review, and then some results of three parts of our research. The first one was on trust and anxiety in Brazil, Russia, India, and South Africa. Then about consumer behavior changes in Russia, and on some differences in Russian and Chinese consumer behavior changes during the COVID-19. So everybody knows that COVID-19 is a society-changing event, and from our point of view, and we have some ideas how to confirm it in the future. The effect of COVID-19 can be different depending on the country specifics. And there are some papers of already confirming this idea. Of course, markets were badly hit by the COVID-19, and we started actually from understanding what is with our companies which are facing COVID-19 challenges, and on emergency measures to protect local firms. So our first research was in March, April 2020 on influence of the COVID-19 pandemic on business. And here you can see there are 5 main huge impact on our business, and we understand that shifts in consumer behavior are highly important. If you don't understand what consumer feel and want, you cannot be successful in the market. So we moved to the research of consumer behavior shifts. And there is also some literature on consumer behavior and the influence of the COVID-19. And you can see some of them, these are on different industries, including food delivery service, retail service, innovation, Forex, and so on. And you can see that safety is one of the most important things when you're talking about consumer behavior in COVID-19 and after it. And risk aversion and panic, coping with panic are highly important. And so we tried to make a desk research using a lot of information from different sources. And these sources confirm that people are responding to the pandemic differently, in different purchasing habits. At the same time, some habits are changing quite in one way in different countries. First of all, consumers have become centered on the most basic needs. And first of all, safety, again, cleaning and food products. And in every country, many papers say people try to have value for money. They try to obtain the maximum value for the money spent. Are there some long-term shifts, or people will go back to this idea of self-presenting and luxury and so on? It depends, it seems to me, from how COVID-19 will along. And a trend to more conscious consumption can be also identified. More mindful consumers, they want to limit food waste, are striving to buy some more sustainable options and so on. But of course, the most important thing in many papers underlined, whether it is because people were unable to visit physical stores at all, or maybe they try to protect themselves from safety ideas, but still you can see that offline retail is declining and online shopping is growing very, very fast. And you can see one quotation from Brazil, for example: online consumption habits have changed significantly, with a greater proportion of internet users buying essential products such as food and beverages, cosmetic and medicines online. So online value sharing is growing on fast speed. And you can see some information about China and Russia too. 25% of grocery shopping in China. In Russia, you can see the single digits are 3.7% in 2020, and 3% in Brazil and India. So it illustrates an enormous headroom for growth in these commerce markets. And actually, to combine all our desk research, we understand there are some changed consumption patterns which are in place. And first of all, it's pursuit to safety and hygiene concerns. It's a very, very important factor. For example, packaging, personal safety in public transport or car sharing services. And some research says that consumers, we have research on Europe, United States, China, and Brazil. People say they feel safer and more protected in their own cars in the current corona situation. So it changes the patterns to use transport too. The next one is self-isolation experience and mental health concerns, because during the pandemic, people experienced unprecedented self-isolation practices during lockdowns especially, and they have high changes in their mental health concerns. Actually, there's a high probability that this self-isolation will affect society and community well-being in the longer run. I've told already about consumer digitalization and shift to e-commerce, and there's also conscious eco-friendly consumption. But what's very interesting, mutual influence of consumers is growing up. And that puts the questions about consumer trust. And our research was on consumer trust in the city. I will tell you just within a minute about it. And of course, loss of revenues. Some people are losing jobs. So it's about economic anxiety to find a way to live in such a different world. So the first paper I'm presenting, and it was published in the BRICS Journal of Economics. It's about consumer trust and anxiety. And that was the analysis of the survey database created by FETSA, and other time. There are lots of co-authors in this paper, actually. The analysis covered 58 countries, and we tried to identify how people in BRICS countries, except China, adjusted to COVID-19. China was not included because the COVID-19 started to spread there much earlier. And that was the different way. The way was already declining, and the way was growing up in 4 other countries. And the data was collected between March 20 and April 7, 2021. And we can see that there are some changes in consumer behavior, and the most important is safety. I kept a distance of at least 2 meters to other people. I don't attend social gatherings, but most of all, if I had exhibited symptoms of sickness, I would have immediately informed the people around me. That's very important. People are thinking about other people around them. In every 4 countries, this is very high. In spite of the fact in Russia, it's lower because Russian people, it seems to me, we are fatalists more than people from other countries. Still also the 83%, it's quite high from my point of view. And to perception of government response and trust government to take care of citizens, there's also different reaction in different countries. You can see that Russia and Brazil, they don't trust the country government to take care of its citizens much more than in India and South Africa. And Russian people think government reaction is insufficient, in spite of the fact that they were quite interesting measures, including measures to support people and measures to support small and medium enterprises and some industries. For example, tourism. We had a very interesting program of tourist cashback in 2020 and 2021 to boost internal domestic tourism travel. Still, people in Russia don't trust our government. It seems to me goes from 19th, because in 19th government was not thinking at all about people. So that's a gap. To empirical evidence from Russia, we analyzed the SORI database created by BCG and Ramirez Russian company, which has a lot of databases on consumer behavior. And so we can see that there is attitude to buying fresh products, grocery, alcohol, and so on. And you can see 38%, for example, to cut costs in this category. But of course, people don't cut costs in such categories as grocery and fresh products. There's two other parts of the market: mobile electronic devices, electronics and consumer devices, durable goods and cars and other vehicles. You can see that the most damaged market here was market of selling cars, and that was really so. Most people tried not to change their cars and go in the old ones. So it's about consumer behavior in Russia and our questionnaire. This questionnaire was developed following Fetzer-White et al. Approach. It includes 45 indicators to identify changes in consumer behavior. And you can see here the sample description. There were 445 answers valuable. Ages like this. 25% male, 75% female, and most people were with middle income, 67% of them, and the data was collected between March 20 and April 7th, 2021. Completing the questionnaire was voluntary, but there were lots of people because the survey link was distributed among attendees of the online course held on the Russian National Educational Platform, Open Education. It's very popular. There are many people there. Low-income people don't attend usually this platform. That's why most people were with middle income or even high income. 5 latent variables with 15 indicators were elaborated, and we have found that there are 3 clusters of Russian consumers. The first cluster, you can see it's in blue. These are consumers who have the highest level of anxiety. They adopted personal protective practices quite intensive. The second cluster is consumers who are less concerned about hygiene risks and has the lowest level of anxiety. And cluster 3, consumers with a higher level of anxiety than those from cluster 2, but much more concerned about hygiene. And it's very interesting that the cluster 3 is mostly from smaller cities of Russia. And cluster 1 and 2, there are citizens of mega cities or cities with huge population. And actually, the study revealed an increase in anxiety in connection with the COVID-19 pandemic and the rise of consumer attention to hygiene aspects. And accordingly, a special request is formed for services and products that meet new requirements. You remember that we started from the idea to understand how our companies can better survive in the crisis. So consumer behavior is connected to their survival in the first plane.
Marina, you have 5 more minutes.
Sorry?
You have 5 more minutes.
Yeah, it's good. I've finalized it already. And the third study, which is already published in the BRICS Journal of Economics, you remember it's open access, so you can read these papers I'm briefly talking about. So we started this actually at the very beginning, and the previous results, comparative study of China and Russia. And we decided to understand the most important external factors, motivational factors, and factional factors. You can see them. And COVID-19, of course, added to external factors very much. It's very important now. We started also from desk research, and there is a lot of research in China, less research in Russia. For example, New Media Research is Chinese company, and the analysis shows that the impact of COVID-19 on Chinese consumer behavior is largely the same as in other countries, including Russia. You can see rational, moderate, and practical, more attention to meeting basic needs, and so on. I started from it when talking about consumer behavior over the world. As to McKinsey China Consumer Survey report, there are some emerging trends, and they are very interesting because new generation consumption in cities with medium and low populations has become a new engine of growth, in spite of the fact a low population in Russia and low population in China, it's quite different. Our cities with low population are much less than Chinese. Classification of consumption, the concept of a healthy lifestyle, more emphasis on the shopping experience, and what very interesting, we have this now in Russia, grow the number of local luxury brands. That's very interesting. It seems to me it deserves additional research, why Chinese began to buy these luxury brands. And also Goldman Sachs survey results, Chinese consumers looking for new shopping experience, including online shopping. So the response to COVID-19, just like this, retail said growth, and then back to online shopping. People in China and Russia are quite different in some ideas how to behave and move in between. So, for example, go to the shopping mall is much more in China than in Russia. And so it is. So Chinese move much more than Russians in some places. Still, this is maybe because the waves are not the same in China and Russia, the waves of COVID-19. And it's also different how they behave. For example, ability to follow the contactless methods, this is the same. And for example, ability to see and touch the products is also very important for Chinese and Russians. And we did our own survey, and I will finalize with it. Also voluntary completing the questionnaire. A link was distributed on the platforms in China and Russia in June, July 2020. 63% of respondents were female, 37% male, and the larger age group, also 25, 36 years with middle income. Most of the respondents represented cities of Russia, Moscow, Vladivostok, St. Petersburg, and China, Beijing, Shanghai, Guangdong, Shenzhen, Jiangsu. And so these are the preliminary results. And we can see that there are some differences in purchasing in online stores because it's high in China. And you can see that when evaluating alternatives, Russians do not think about brands much more than Chinese. 40% of Chinese are thinking about brand. But technical characteristics are just 20% for both. And you can see also some differences in search for information because Chinese people are thinking on recommendations of friends and acquaintances much more than Russians. So the last but not least, we have found the generational divide. the young generation and the silver-haired generation. And we can see that as compared to Russian and global counterparts, senior Chinese consumer, the so-called empty nesters, tend to exhibit quite high digital literacy. Many of them skip traditional computers and go straight to mobile platforms, where they browse the internet, watch their favorite soap operas, and do online shopping, and so on, so on. But still, in Russia, literacy of this silver-haired generation is much lower, and there is a way to improve it. Just now, our government is working on it. And so,
Rita,
yeah?
there are 4 more minutes for your session. Do you want to take some questions, or I think you may want to get some feedback on this?
So I will go to the conclusions, because these are like this. We can see that there is a set of basic factors, external, motivational, and functional ones. And Russia and China, and it seems to me other countries too, are rapidly entering a new era of consumption with the growing importance of digital technologies. And actually, there is a word, phygital technologies, this experience combining physical and digital things. And still, they clearly differ the level of digital technology available to consumers. In China, the digitalization is much deeper. In Russia, we have an insufficient level of digitalization, and our brands cannot fully interact with consumers and influence their behavior during the COVID-19. So the companies have to think about post-pandemic world and this psychology things in digital world, and those that strengthen customer relationships by the intensive use of e-commerce and mobile marketing strategy will be successful in the future too, because these changes in consumer behavior will stay even after COVID-19. So thank you very much for attending my presentation.
Great,
and
thank
this
you.
is the building of Lomonosov Moscow State University. Very nice.
Thanks very much. Thank you. If there are any questions from the audience, this is the time to ask. We have literally time for maybe 1 or 2 questions. You can chat, put it in the chat box preferably, but if you want to unmute yourself, you can do that too. So maybe let me just quickly ask one thing. Is in your surveys, have you uncovered a tendency for online firms have more pricing power, and they are likely to charge higher markups? So is the switch towards more online consumption likely to lead to more inflation going forward? Is that, I mean, so you're looking at the consumer side, but on the producer side, have you done surveys where you're asking firms whether whether their pricing decisions are going to change because of COVID, and how?
Yes, we had some in-depth interviews with entrepreneurs, and they said it depends on the field they are working in. Because, for example, in tourism, it was quite interesting for us. They said the prices were even going up, because when the first wave was gone, people started to travel a lot. So everything was booked in our hotels within Russia and so on. And they said they had even raised prices up. But in some fields, the prices went down because, for example, there was a huge problem in Horeca. The restaurants were closed. They had to only deliver food. And they, in spite of the fact they had additional costs, because there were people who are delivering the food just to to people, in spite of the fact they had to lower their prices. So it depends on the industry. Within Russia, and it seems to me in China, that was just the same, because in some parts of the market, the luxury brands even went up with their prices. And in some places, that was just like in Russia, they had to lower their prices because there was a high competition in this field.
Right. Okay. Great. Thank you very much. Sorry, we have to stop your session and move to the next talk. Thanks for a very interesting talk. So,
I will stop my.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Yes.
So our next speaker is Professor Lawrence Edwards from the University of Cape Town, and he's going to speak on heterogeneous impacts of the African continental free trade area, implications for Uganda. Lawrence, please go ahead.
Hi, Jason. Thank you very much for inviting me to participate and for providing the opportunity to participate. It's been fantastic and very nice to see papers presented from across the globe. So congratulations and thank you again. This paper really draws upon some policy work that I've been engaging with, particularly with the Ugandan authorities, trying to understand the impact of the African continental free trade area. So it's a somewhat policy-based paper rather than a pure academic paper, but I'm going to try and capture the blend or the mix between the two components. I'm going to turn my screen off because I think it might affect my Okay, so the structure of the paper, I'm first going to provide the context, look at the African continental free trade area. Then I'll assess and draw in some theoretical insights or key theoretical insights that shaped our approach to this paper. And I'll continue looking at Uganda as the case study to try and better understand the implications of the AFCFTA on African countries, with Uganda as our particular example. And we'll conduct analysis in two dimensions. Firstly, we'll look at the firm data. We'll do a firm level assessment of the Ugandan export performance, its characteristics and dynamics. And secondly, we will then take the data and estimate a partial equilibrium simulation of a free trade area in goods with selected countries, try and understand if some of the insights are replicated in the simulation, and I'll conclude. So many of you, I'm not sure if you're aware, but the African Continental Free Trade Area is an agreement. It's formally actually, with trade was supposed to start under this agreement in January this year, but it's the largest trade agreement by number of participating countries since the start of the WTO. 54 countries have signed the agreement. Not all have ratified the agreement, but 38 or so have ratified. But nevertheless, if this comes to fruition, it will be one of the largest free trade areas, both in terms of number of continents and in terms of geographic area. The agreement is ambitious both in scope and objectives. It covers both trade in goods, which is part of the first round, and services, and then this will follow in dealing with agreements on investment, intellectual property rights, and competition policy. So it's a deep agreement and extensive in terms of what it's covering in the scope. Its objectives are also ambitious. The aim is to create a single market for goods, services, and movements of people, industrial development through diversification and regional value chain development, agricultural development, and food security. So there's strong developmental aspects both struck around in enabling African economies to industrialize. And it's seen as a stepping stone for an African economic community, and before that, a customs union. So it's a very ambitious program covering many countries. What's interesting about the proposed trade or the trade agreement is that it's vast in terms of the number of countries, as I've mentioned, but it's distinctive in terms of that it covers countries with enormous disparities, both in terms of economic level of development, in terms of economic size, in terms of population size, and in terms of whether the economies are landlocked or not. Just to illustrate, Nigeria's GDP is 11 times that of Uganda, and that's not the biggest gap across countries. So economies have very different characteristics, as well as very different industrial development needs. South Africa is relatively industrialized with a relatively large share of manufacturing and GDP compared to most of the other economies. The expectations are very high. The estimated results are suggesting of computable general equilibrium models, for example, are predicting that there'll be a 14.6 to 133% increase in intra-African exports. And the gap there really depends on what's included in the agreement. The higher numbers reflect the inclusion of a trade facilitation agreement. But nevertheless, these are substantial increases in predicted trade flows between African economies. And the expected outcome is roughly about up to 3.5% increase in GDP, or 100 billion per year. So very high expectations regarding the outcomes. And as the effect is imminent, the phase 1 reductions of tariffs were expected to be implemented from January 2021. Many economies haven't really implemented these because there's still issues relating to rules of origin, agreements, etc. But nevertheless, we're on track to implement this. So we're interested in trying to understand the implications of this AFCFTA on African economies, or economies within Africa. And we take Uganda as a particular case study. Now, Uganda is a landlocked economy. It's a small economy. It's part of the East African community on the East Coast here. It's part of what's a customs union, the EAC customs union, that comprises Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, Kenya, Tanzania, and South Sudan has observer status. And it's been a customs union since 2005. So it's essentially in part of a quite effective trade agreement whereby it has a common external tariff, and there are very few trade barriers or tariff barriers between trade within countries within the region. What we want to do is we try and understand the implications of the AFCFTA on the Ugandan economy, and we take two approaches. Firstly, we want to study the firm level trader characteristics and dynamics using transaction data. This is the very detailed trade data that's collected every time a good or a firm trades a good across the border, the Ugandan border. And then, as noted earlier, we want to use a partial equilibrium model to try and simulate the trade liberalization effects, but we'll focus narrowly on the EAC, East African Community, Nigeria, South Africa, and Ghana, because these capture the essential features we want to capture and try and understand in relation to the implications or effect of the AFCFTA. So guiding our empirical analysis, several theoretical considerations. Much of the empirical literature available at the moment really emphasizes the economy-wide gains, or the continent-wide gains, these large gains that are accrued to the continent. But what has not, we argue or feel that what has not received enough attention is how that these gains are not necessarily equally distributed across countries. And considering that the distribution of the gains is very important, because if gains are perceived as being unequal, it will threaten the viability or the implementation or sustainability of the AFCFTA. And we see concerns about unequal distribution, unequal effects are even challenging the EAC customs union currently. So we want to consider these implications and the distribution effects in a little bit more detail. And there's several distribution effects that we consider, really three that we take into account. The first is this concept of across-country differences. And this really follows from Jacob Weiner's work on trade creation and trade diversion. I imagine everyone is quite familiar with this particular model. But effectively, Jacob Weiner's piece points out that you can have winners and losers from preferential trade agreements. If you reduce tariffs on a preferential partner, you can create trade. Lower tariffs, lower the price of goods from the partner country, and increase imports into the home country, thereby creating trade. And this is welfare enhancing. The problem, however, is that the lower price, the preference granted to the partner, can lead to a diversion of trade from a more efficient economy that doesn't have the preference to the preference country. And that results in the loss of tariff revenue that is not offset fully by consumer gains and reductions in allocative inefficiency, leading to a reduction in welfare. And in some cases, particularly if the partner, for example, is very inefficient, this can lead to net losses in welfare to an economy. This is an important consideration within the African continent and South Africa, my home country in particular, because South Africa has a relatively large industrial base that exports quite a lot of manufactured goods into the region, but not to the rest of the world. And the one consideration is that if you open up free trade area with respect to South Africa, for example, it may crowd out manufacturing imports from the rest of the world, leading to large trade diversion effects. A second consideration is really the heterogeneous firm literature. And this literature emphasizes the heterogeneity in many characteristics such as productivity across firms. There's no such thing as a representative firm. Firms differ enormously in terms of the characteristics. So for example, we find within exporting, exports are highly concentrated amongst few firms that tend to be relatively productive. The literature also points out how the adjustments to trade costs vary by firm. So for example, lower trade costs or lower fixed costs can alter aggregate exports by either affecting firm participation or what firms export, i.e. the extensive margin, or they influence the value of goods that firms trade. So the extensive intensive margins dynamics or adjustments to trade costs differ enormously, and firms are affected differently as well. So opening to trade, as the standard theory tells us, may lead to exit of inefficient firms, entry of new firms, and relatively strong growth of efficient exporters as well. So important dynamics behind that at the firm level. A third issue, which has not been, we feel, looked at closely in the literature in relation to the AFCFTA, is the implication of the free trade area for existing countries that are already part of the free trade area in Africa. So Africa's been broken down into so-called 8 regional economic communities. Pictured here, it's known as the spaghetti bowl because many countries are members of multiple free trade areas. Some of them have been effective in reducing trade barriers or tariff barriers between them. East African Community and the Southern African Development Community. These have been relatively effective, but others have been less effective in implementing tariff reductions. But the standard approach and thoughts about free trade areas generally presumes that countries are entering a free trade area from independent base. They're not already part of a trade agreement. And this is an important implication because take, for example, Uganda, that is part of a successful preferential trade area in the EAC. The extension of new members poses a threat to Ugandan exporters. They lose tariff preferences or preferential access into the EAC. So their exports can be crowded out from new members' exports. While the welfare effects for the home country, Uganda, may be positive, the export effects may be negative. And given the strong developmental thrust of the AFCFTA, loss in exports may lead to conflict or concerns regarding the implementation of the AFCFTA as well. And this concept here is really what's referred to as trade correction by de Mello and Regalo, as they refer to it. So we want to capture these different dimensions in our analysis. So I want to highlight some key features of the Ugandan trade flows that we use based on the transaction data. And this is the trade data from 2010 to 2019 that covers the firm, the product, the destination, the value, and the quantity, the port of entry exit, VAT, other tariffs, etc., of every cross-border trade transaction, both on the import side and the export side. If we're looking at the export data, we're dealing with 900,000 transactions per year. So we're dealing with a very large number of firms. If we look at this data and other data, what we find is that Uganda's exports grew very strongly. And this year is drawn from 2000 to 2018. It grew from 395 million in 2000 to 3.36 billion in 2018. So a very strong growth in exports over this particular period. What we also saw is strong diversification of exports. Whereas coffee, tea, cocoa, etc., accounted for 45% of exports in 2000, that had fallen to 16% in 2018. But other products, fish products, for example, iron and steel, some of the chemical products, and here you can see gold, also emerged as key export products. So the export bundle had become less diverse, less concentrated, more diversified, associated with the strong growth. What drives a lot of this, though, appears to be regional trade. It appears to be trade within the EAC. And what I've highlighted here on the bottom is the share composition of Ugandan exports with the rest of the EAC, or share composition rather of Ugandan exports in 2018. And what we find is Ugandan exports, 40% of Uganda's exports are destined for the EAC. This is a very high level of intra-regional trade, actually, and a very high dependence on the EAC market as a destination for Ugandan exports. Much higher, for example, than the rest of Africa. And we find much more concentration within the region than many of the rest of Africa. On the import side, we see a similar story, but obviously on the imports, many goods come from the rest of the world. But nevertheless, much of this diversification of exports is closely associated with this trade with the EAC. If we look at terms of firm performance, however, there's several concerns that suggest that Uganda is underperforming in some dimensions. its exporting firms per population is lower. It's at 4 compared to the rest of the EAC 9 or the rest of Africa 20, and obviously much lower than other advanced economies. Its average exports per firm are low, 0.75 versus 0.275 for the rest of Africa, and its survival rates tend to be quite low. Interestingly, however, its concentration is lower than, its firm concentration is lower than the rest of Africa. And this is pointing to a truncated top characteristic, or truncation of the top in the distribution of exporters in Uganda compared to the other economies. It appears that there are too few large firms in Uganda exporting large volumes or values and accounting for high shares of exports. We also see the strong influence of the region in terms of preferential access on the composition, the product composition of what Uganda exports and imports from the region. So this diagram is reflecting Uganda's import-weighted tariffs. And what we find here is, on average, the tariffs on its partners vary in the rest of Africa. And this is driven purely by the composition of goods, because the MFN rate is applying here. But most importantly here is the bars on the right-hand side. And what we find is, on average, Uganda imports from the EAC experience a preference margin of around 23%. Similarly, Uganda's exports to the region face a preference margin of around 23%. That compares with the import-weighted or import-weighted tariff of below 10%. So what the data is telling us is that we've seen strong changes in the composition of exports, product composition, towards those products that tend to be highly protected, and particularly consumer products which have high protection margins. I see someone's drawing on my diagram, fantastic. Related to this, when we look also at the firm data, we see other key interesting features. And the one is exports, the number of exporters to the EAC are high in numbers, 990 in 2018 versus 385 to the rest of the world. The average export value to the EAC of a firm to the EAC is low, 0.4 million versus 1.4 to the rest of the world. The average number of products, however, is very high, and the average export value per shipment consequently very low. So the characteristics of the firms that trade to the region, they tend to be many, they tend to be small, they tend to export many varieties at low values as well, compared to firms that export to the rest of the world. And this is generally characterized in the firm heterogeneity literature as by relatively inefficient firms. So lower barriers in the EAC has certainly encouraged entry of smaller firms that are potentially less efficient. This obviously has implications for when Uganda opens up to competition from the rest of Africa, on where the effects, the competitive effects on its exports will occur. Most likely fall more heavily on the relatively smaller firms that are predominantly exporting to the EAC region. We also see, when we look at dynamics or survival rates, we find that new export relationships with the EAC tend to start off on a lower base, and they also have a lower survival rate and growth rate than new exports that access the rest of the world. So very different firms, it appears, trade across within the EAC and the rest of the world. So to try and understand this a little bit better, we pull the data in and we estimate a firm gravity model for Uganda, where we explore and look at Uganda's aggregate exports to all the countries it exports to. And we do this within a simple gravity style framework, where we regress the export value, destination export value, on foreign GDP, distance, where the country, the partner is a member of free trade area, tariffs, and a set of other controls as well. In addition, we decompose the regional, the bilateral aggregate trade value into two components. We disaggregate it into the extensive margin components, which is the number of exporters and the number of transactions per exporter. We also look at the intensive margin, where we try and look at the mean value of exports per firm, as well as the mean export value per transaction. And the key idea here is to try and understand if different trade variables affect the composition of exports differently, both in terms of the extensive and intensive margins. Now, I haven't presented the results table right here, but I wanted to highlight some of the key results. And I've also pulled out some scatter plots. These aren't drawn from the gravity estimates directly, they're just simple scatter plots, but they are sufficient to illustrate some of these key relationships. So the first key point I want to highlight is how, as the gravity model predicts, destination GDP has a positive effect on aggregate exports. What drives that relationship, though, is roughly equally entry of new firms or higher number of firms, as well as higher export values per firm. So when Uganda exports to relatively wealthy economies or high GDP economies, we find more firms that tend to have higher average values, export values per firm. So both extensive and intensive margin drive that relationship. But when we look, and we particularly focus on the EAC region, the customs union, and trade within the customs union, what we find is that much of the exports to the aggregate exports to the EAC partners is really driven by the extensive margin, the number of firms, rather than the value of exports per firm. This is in a way, the left diagram here is a relationship between the number of exporters and GDP of the destination country. And we can see how the EAC countries are a stark outlier to what's predicted. The far more exporters relative to these economies relative to their GDP level. Whereas we look at the mean value of exports against GDP, we find that the EAC countries are in the bundle here, and actually the regression results suggest, once we add additional controls, that difference is not significant. So it's the extensive margin that's driving this relationship. And what's interesting here is it suggests that part of the effect of the EAC has been
Lawrence, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, I think I'll make it. Thanks. One interpretation of this outcome, it suggests that much of the EAC has been effective in reducing the fixed costs of exporting. And the empirical theoretical literature tells us lower fixed costs drive exports primarily through the extensive margin, firm participation. And we're seeing some evidence of this within the EAC, given this data. When we look at tariffs, we see that destination tariffs have a strong negative effect on export values, but also it's driven both through the number of exporters and the export values. And this, from papers, for example, by Mercedes and Cole, is somewhat what we'd expect as well. Our estimates also try and include information on destination logistics, the logistics costs. And we also find that logistics costs have a higher logistic costs in the destination market and have a significant negative impact on aggregate exports to Uganda, both in terms of driving down the number of exporters and driving down the average value of exports to those countries. What I've plotted here really is just the export value of Uganda against the standardized logistics index. And what I really wanted to highlight here is more so the green dots that reflect the very very high logistic costs, or the higher values here reflect better logistics, lower values reflect worse logistics. And the key point here is African economies are concentrated around the left-hand side of this diagram, really reflecting very poor logistics within the African continent. So taking some of these insights to try, and what are the implications for the AFCFTA, Ugandan exports under the AFCFTA? Well, the first key consideration is preference erosion. It appears that more opening up competition in the EAC is going to expose Ugandan exporters to increased competition in one of their major markets. And it's the small, low-value exporters that are probably most particularly vulnerable. The high destination tariffs, they imply strong potential for export growth because Africa still imposes relatively high tariff barriers on goods coming in. So there's strong potential for growth. However, initial trade values are low, so it's going to be working off a very low base. Thirdly, African economies have very poor logistics or high trade costs within the continent, and these impede diversification and growth of Ugandan exports. While this is relevant, so what we take then is we then apply this, we take data for 2018 and we apply a simple partial equilibrium model, the SMART model, using this data at 6-digit level of the harmonized system classification. And we run two key simulations here. The first is we just look at full liberalization between the EAC, SACU, Ghana, and Nigeria. And secondly, we then implement what the trade facilitation component of the AFCFTA to the simulation. So the AFCFTA includes in its annex an objective to improve trade facilitation. So we try and model that scenario as well. And I just want to show you two results. The first result and we'll focus on Ugandan exports, is that what the simulation is telling us under scenario 1 is actually Ugandan exports, aggregate exports, tend to fall under the implementation of this liberalization case. Its exports to SACU, Ghana, and Nigeria increased by 9.5%, but that is more than offset by its loss in exports in the EAC market, leading to a net reduction in aggregate exports. Not much, but it's a net reduction. However, if these economies implement the TFA, the Trade Facilitation Agreement, and reduce trade costs, we see very big gains in exports, Ugandan exports to the region. Similarly, on the revenue front, under scenario 1, we see a substantive loss in customs revenue associated with the preferential agreement. This is somewhat offset by increases in VAT and excise and withholding taxes, leading only to a net reduction of 1% of border revenue. But if we include the TFA, strong imports growth tends to drive strong increases in overall border revenue. So economies such as Uganda, where customs revenue are very important as form of the government revenue, this is a key consideration for them as well. So to conclude, we argue that AFCFTA poses many opportunities, but they also threats the Ugandan economy and firms. And Uganda faces a somewhat unfortunate irony. The success of the EAC customs union driving Ugandan trade actually exposes these firms to a much greater threat, at least in terms of export competition from the AFCFTA. But in part, this is associated with the failure of the EAC to generate firms that are competitive internationally. The firms enter the EAC, but they haven't managed to access the broader global environment. So consequently, the AFCFTA, we argue, is not really a substitute for policies to enhance access by exporters into international markets. Key consideration here is to use the AFCFTA as a platform, but it's not the end point. Ugandan exporters need to access the global market as well. And then it's imperative for coordinated reductions in continental-wide reductions in trade costs. And this is really important because Uganda has control of its own trade facilitation. But what's constraining its exports is the trade facilitation or the trade costs outside of its borders. So using the AFCFTA as a coordination device to coordinate tariff reduction or trade cost reductions throughout all the economy is a key objective, we'd argue, for the Ugandan authorities. That's all. Thank you very much. I just fitted within the time, including conversation time. My apologies.
Sorry, thank you. You're exactly on time. Thanks a lot. So there are a few questions. 2 are in the chat box. So we have 4 more minutes. You can see the new trade models predict that traditional factors of trade have larger impacts on extensive margin with right signs compared to the intensive margin. Your study seems to get the same set of results. What are the possible reasons? Do you want to address that first?
Okay, let me quickly address that. So my reading of this new trade theory is actually various implications for extensive and intensive margins. And so fixed cost reductions have a different impact on whether aggregate exports grow through the extensive or through the intensive. Primarily, fixed cost reductions seem to drive extensive margin adjustment. But tariff reductions involve both a combination of extensive margin and intensive margin reductions. And you're right, our results seem to be consistent with those outcomes. However, what the literature also tells us is that the effects of the extensive versus intensive margin effects differ according to the substitutability of the products. And we haven't really tested that hypothesis here. But our broad view is that the results are consistent. However, we're engaging in a cross-section style analysis here. And what we would, rather than a change, a different diff style analysis, I think would be more effective approach to try and estimate the causal association between changes in ESM tariff barriers or free trade areas and firm outcomes. So we are interested in looking at the effect subsequent to the AFCFTA, and we're actually also looking back at firm data to try and understand the implications of the SADC free trade area and how that implementation altered firm export-import, extensive, intensive margin adjustments. But preliminarily, I agree. I think it's a combination of very big fixed cost reductions in these customs union, plus tariff reductions as well.
Okay, thanks. So the Biendu, I think, has sent me a direct message asking, has the participation made any impact of aid receiving from the outside developed world? Presumably, if Uganda joins ACFTA, is that going to lead to more aid? Is that the question, Bibiendu?
Yeah, I mean, basically, that you said, the African countries are heterogeneous in terms of development, and Uganda very much depend on the foreign aid. And one of the issues, particularly in the political economic context, that if you keep on participating and creating a bit of barrier to the outside world, so that might actually has a cost in terms of getting aid or something like that. It's more theoretical, but I don't know whether it has actually been observed in practice. Just a query.
So that's a hard one to answer because I'm not an expert in any way on aid flows, but certainly we know that aid has influenced the value of imports. Foreign aid inflows in part contribute to the high trade deficits that these economies experience. So the one implication just of that in terms of composition effects is it's one reason why intra-Africa trade is quite low when we look from the perspective of imports, if imports have been inflated by aid flows. But the second key aspect relating to aid inflows is the implementation of the WTO TFA. Ugandan authorities and many other African authorities have identified key issues where they require assistance, foreign assistance, capacity, etc., to implement those TFA agreements. And that's going to depend to some extent on foreign aid. So on the AFCFTA link, for the implementation of the TFA agreement, I imagine that will link closely to the WTO TFA agreement, and that's going to involve some form of foreign aid. But this isn't the big macro aid story, I think, that you are referring. I'm afraid I don't know that answer. Listen, there was another question in the box.
Yeah, there's another question, but we need to move on. So what I'd suggest is maybe you could respond to that to everyone, give an answer to that. I also have a question, and I'm going to type it in the chat box right now, and you can possibly respond to that. And we can maybe, if I have a couple of minutes at the end after Barry's talk, we can get back to your responses. So thanks, Lawrence, very much. Very interesting talk. So the final presentation is by Professor Barry Eichengreen, who I believe is logged on. And is from University of California, Berkeley, and will be presenting the paper this time, which is joint work with Poonam Gupta and Rishabh Chaudhary. And Rishabh, of course, is a former ISI student. So Barry, welcome to the conference. Go ahead, please.
So I apologize to Rishabh for leaving off our third co-author's name. And I should say, by way of introduction, Lawrence observed that his paper was policy work with a veneer of academic analysis. This paper is really policy work without much veneer, although it builds on an earlier paper with some more academic-like empirical work. I don't think much needs to be said about the motivation. Jay Powell provided some motivation 10 days ago now when he and the FOMC announced that they were reducing the scale of their asset purchases by $15 billion a month, which puts them on course to have eliminated the asset purchase program by July of next year, at which point everyone is presuming that they will begin raising interest rates. So this scenario bears more than a superficial resemblance to what happened in 2013 with the taper tantrum, which shocked financial markets, which led to some dislocations, sharp movements in exchange rates, among other things in emerging markets. So the question is whether emerging markets in general, and specifically India, need to prepare for a replay of those events. So in this case, I think it's fair to say most observers are relatively sanguine about the prospects. There are a few outliers, a few people who warn of serious turbulence ahead. We try to have it both ways, in a sense, in this paper. We show that emerging markets, including India, have strengthened their external economic and financial positions since 2013. They've reduced external vulnerabilities by limiting current account deficits, by avoiding real exchange rate appreciation, by reducing their dependence on portfolio capital inflows, and more generally, by limiting their external financial needs, absolutely and relative to that prior situation in 2013. At the same time, fiscal deficits are much wider, public debts are much heavier. Historically, interest rates on government bonds in the United States and interest rates on government bonds in emerging markets, including in India, move together. So that raises the prospect, with US interest rates now poised to begin moving up, servicing existing debts and preventing the debt to GDP ratio from rising still further, getting out of control, spiraling out of control. That challenge will become more daunting, if you will. So as I mentioned before, this is not the first time that we, Poonam and I, now with our third co-author, have considered these issues. We wrote this earlier paper in 2013, publication lags being what they are. It appeared in 2015. What did we find there? We found only very limited evidence that observable macroeconomic fundamentals, domestic fundamentals, if you will, such as the size of the budget deficit, the level of public debt, the GDP growth rate in the prior period, explained cross-country variations in the increase in pressure on financial markets. So we looked at the change in the exchange rate vis-a-vis the dollar. We looked at what happened in securities markets. We looked at the interest rate response. We looked at a composite measure of financial market pressure. And we found little evidence that those domestic macroeconomic fundamentals had much impact. And I think it's fair to say that that was, broadly speaking, the consensus of the subsequent literature as well. Countries with smaller budget deficits, lower debts, more reserves, stronger GDP growth rates in the immediately preceding period did not appear to have been rewarded with relatively small falls in exchange rates, foreign exchange reserves, stock prices, starting in May of 2013. On the other hand, there did seem to be a pattern when we looked at external economic and financial conditions. Countries with more real exchange rate appreciation and widening current account deficits prior to Chair Bernanke's May 2013 tapering announcement, countries that were more dependent on external finance did seem to experience more pressure, as if those variables turned around starting in May of 2013 with uncomfortable economic and financial consequences. Even more important in our analysis was the size of countries' financial markets, the stock of portfolio liabilities, if you will, as if international investors found it convenient to balance out of relatively large markets when they sought to limit their exposure to emerging markets without moving prices against themselves. So in this update, we look at 14 larger emerging markets, and it was that tendency to balance out of larger markets in the earlier episode that motivated our focus on these countries whose identity you can see arrayed along the horizontal axis. So for the different variables we considered, we looked both at the earlier episode 2010-2012, denoted here by the little gray dots, and the current episode where we look at conditions in 2019-2021, denoted by the blue bars, and we array countries according to small to large responses, if you will, by the state of the relevant macroeconomic variable along the horizontal axis, and each of those figures singles out India for your interest, so it's denoted by the dashes. So India either is, in some respects, stands out in here in terms of GDP growth in the immediately prior period, in terms of inflation in the immediate prior period. Although overall, India is pretty much in the middle of the pack in terms of the relevant macroeconomic and external financial conditions. So the change in many of these variables is positive from a stability point of view. There is more scope this time for GDP growth to accelerate, to bounce back from the pandemic. Inflation this time remains relatively subdued in most countries, Turkey notwithstanding, although India is kind of out there on a bit on the right-hand side of the inflation distribution. Current account balances as a share of GDP are stronger now than they were in 2010, 2012, with a few idiosyncratic exceptions, a fact that is consistent with observation that external positions have strengthened more generally. Working in the same direction is the fact that real exchange rate appreciation has been more limited or avoided entirely this time, the Philippines being an idiosyncratic exception. External financing needs, which are measured as short-term external debt plus the current account deficit as a share of GDP, are smaller, except in Colombia, Argentina, Turkey, Malaysia. Reserve adequacy as a share of short-term external debt plus the current account deficit, once again, is better. And you can see in both cases, India is in a decent or more than decent position. There's less evidence this time of frothy credit market conditions. Private sector credit growth is slower. Korea aside, cumulative portfolio capital inflows as a share of GDP have been less, and India is squarely in the middle of the pack in both cases. So all of this is at least mildly reassuring in general, and including for India. Our earlier work suggested that India's relatively large financial markets, here measured not relative to GDP, but in terms of their absolute size, could make it a target for international investors seeking to curtail their exposure to emerging markets. And again, that's why we focus on larger emerging markets in this update. But countries are likely to become a target only if market confidence is shaken and the obvious macroeconomic and external conditions that we've just looked at give relatively few immediate reasons for worrying about this. On the other hand, debts are heavier, and India is out there toward the right-hand side of the debt to GDP ratio distribution, and general government budget deficits are larger. And India is again out there on the right-hand side of the general government deficit as a share of GDP distribution. So debt to GDP and deficit to GDP ratios in the country were already high by emerging market standards before COVID. Tax revenues as a share of GDP have been stagnant in India for a decade or so. Tax effort is the amount of taxes India raises is below that of other countries with a comparable per capita GDP. And now with COVID, India has a budget deficit of 10.3% of GDP in 2020 and a debt to GDP ratio of 90% in 2020. The general government primary budget deficit, net of interest payments on the debt, in other words, was 7.4% in 2020. It is estimated by the IMF in its fiscal monitor and in the Article 4 consultation it did with India last month to be 5.7% of GDP in 2021. So should we worry about figures like these? What kind of a adjustment challenge are they likely to pose going forward? Before I go there, I would observe that the good news is that debt cent deficits did not figure prominently in the earlier taper tantrum story. Countries with relatively large budget deficits and relatively heavy debts were not hit harder than other emerging markets. India can be reassured that its debt is held mainly internally, which gives the authorities, including the RBI, options in terms of debt management. And a non-negligible fraction of the debt is concessional finance from official creditors who are unlikely to cut and run. But there's also the bad news that 87 to 90% of GDP in debt is high by emerging market standards, and there comes a point where an ever higher debt ratio could alarm investors. Preventing the debt ratio from rising ever higher will require non-negligible cuts in the primary budget deficit. How non-negligible? So the simple equation for debt dynamics, the change in the debt to GDP ratio, B, depends on the primary deficit ratio. I should have put relative to GDP there as well, the primary deficit ratio D, and the inherited debt multiplied by the real interest rate, real growth rate differential. And I show you the real interest rate, real growth rate differential over the last 40 or so years on the right-hand side. So India has been in the favorable position of having a growth rate that exceeds the real interest rate fairly consistently over time. And that differential has been on the order of 5 percentage points for the last decade, for the last couple of decades. So if you insert that value for R minus G into this equation, if you set the inherited debt ratio to 90% and you solve for the steady state, unchanged level of the debt ratio, that tells you that the primary deficit can't exceed 4.5% of GDP. Currently, as I noted a moment ago, as the IMF noted last month, it's 5.7%. And you can use this very simple setup to imagine some counterfactuals. Imagine, as the IMF does, that in the medium term following the immediate COVID bounce back, the growth rate falls to 6%. And the real interest rate is on the order of 2%. which would seem reasonable. Now we're talking, because that's where US interest rates are presumably headed. Now we're talking about a primary budget surplus that cannot exceed 3.6% of GDP. Now imagine that G falls to 5%. So to be clear, this is not anyone's prediction, but it's a useful counterfactual exercise. Now we're talking about a primary budget deficit that cannot exceed 2.7% of GDP. And the audience can play this game as well, if it so wishes. So according to any of these projections, if you will, except for the first one, which is the IMF's forecast, these are not forecasts, but they're projections of what could conceivably happen under different growth rate and real interest rate scenarios. So is this a problem? No, it's not a problem, says the IMF. On what grounds do they conclude that? They project tax revenues relative to GDP as remaining where they are at the moment going forward. So they get falling primary budget deficits by projecting a fall in government spending relative to GDP. That is running at 30.4% this year. They see it optimistically as falling to 27.9% by 2026. And because of that combination of falling public spending ratio and a stable tax revenue ratio, the primary deficit falls to the happy level of 2.4% by 2026. And the fund sees public spending falling as a result of declining spending on subsidies and infrastructure, public capital formation. That strikes, I should say, me rather than my co-authors as on the optimistic side. Cutting subsidies, cutting food, fuel, and fertilizing subsidies is challenging politically, as you know. There will be increased demands for health, education, and other social spending post-COVID. There will be increased demands for health, education, and other social spending as India moves toward middle income status. Many economists, I should really speak for myself, would argue that cutting health and education spending are counterproductive from a growth perspective, so they will have adverse general equilibrium effects from the point of view of those debt dynamics that we were looking at a moment ago. Similarly, cuts in infrastructure spending can be counterproductive in general equilibrium from the point of view of those debt dynamics. Politically, it's easy to say cut food, fuel, and fertilizer subsidies, as the IMF does in its Article 4. Doing it is hard. On the other hand, not doing it and allowing the debt ratio to move still higher will at some point excite the markets. What happens then? My reading of the history is governments that have found themselves in this position have been forced to restructure their debt when that debt is held externally, and to rely on the inflation tax to inflate away some of its real value when that debt is held internally. So you know which case India is. Whichever the case, I think the conclusion is that India shouldn't want to go there. So
Harry, you have 5 minutes.
I think we have 5 minutes or so.
Oh, great. So you finished 5 minutes before time. So we have a good 9 minutes for discussion. So the floor is open for any comments or from anybody.
I clearly haven't done enough to provoke.
Okay, well, let me start. Thanks very much first for attending the conference and being here. So there's some debate in the US that debt sustainability should move beyond the R minus G discussion. So I think Summers and Furman say that, so debt's a stock and GDP is a flow. So you're really comparing apples with oranges. What you really need to, the right metric is to take the present discount value of GDP and then do stocks with stocks. And then when you look at it that way, debt to, present discount value of GDP doesn't seem that large. That argument seems to hold for advanced economies have seen declines in their interest rates over the last several decades. That's not the case for EMEs in particular, who have inflation. How would you so going back to your R minus G calculations, how would you think about that here? Should we be applying that kind of analysis or be thinking about it? And I think Ricardo Rees also has a paper 2021 saying it's not R less than G, but it's R less than G less than M. So he's looking at the bubble component of public debt and saying that there's still some space for governments to spend. And then there's Blanchard's AEA address, of course. So could you kind of weigh in on that and its applicability to EMEs or India in specific?
Yeah, and I think you put the discussion and the issues very well. The different measures are significantly different only if you believe that the current low interest rate environment will persist. And I think since inflation has heated up in the United States since the Fed's announcement, and I think more generally, there's no reason to assume that the current level of real interest rates is the appropriate basis for discounting expected future income growth in the United States. And more generally, I would argue it's wildly inappropriate for emerging markets where interest rate conditions are different. So I'm more comfortable with my old-fashioned measure.
Okay, right. Okay. Any other questions? Yes, there is one. So this is from Mayuk. Is an active fiscal policy with passive monetary policy an appropriate policy prescription for the taper tantrum like situation in India? So I think he's drawing on Eric Leeper's 1991 classification.
So you remember Eric's ancient paper better than I do.
Okay. We'll ask Mayuk to explain this. Mayuk, do you want to unmute and ask, please? Yeah.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me, everyone?
Yeah. Yes, we can. Go ahead.
So my point was that so you told me that if the situation happens, then the fiscal spending will be reduced and all. So I was asking, like, if there was a fiscal policy like the kind of non-Ricardian type, like the active fiscal policy and with a passive monetary policy in the case of taper tantrum like situation in EMEs. So is that a good policy prescription for this? Like, can we move with that policy prescription? Then we can have like the spending not to be reduced, right? With a active fiscal policy, maybe. So can you shed a light on that?
So I'm really not terribly familiar with the framework that you're building on. I think India is going to have to do some fiscal consolidation going forward. I think we saw during the COVID recession how India, along with a range of other emerging markets, was able to use monetary policy more actively than it had been able to do in previous downturns. So I think if the fiscal consolidation that will have to come occurs, if India will have the advantage that if that slows the growth of the economy, monetary policy can offset, a looser monetary policy can offset some of that slowing. So I suspect that's a very different framework for thinking about the same set of issues, but I agree with the general point that we have to think about both monetary and fiscal policy, and there are a lot of people at the moment thinking about possibilities for coordinating explicitly or implicitly the two.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay, we have time for maybe one or two more questions.
It's late in the day in India and early in the morning in California.
Yes, we're at the end of our two-day conference, everyone's. But maybe just very quickly, Pami, do you want to ask something?
Yeah, well, first of all, I want to thank you, Barry, for joining us. And I know it's very early in the morning there, and we had to bother you at this time. So I wanted to know if you would be extending this analysis to include other developing or emerging economies.
Well, Poonam twisted my arm to look a little bit more closely at India. I think this kind of small sample doesn't lend itself to doing econometric work. What we try to do in the paper is to look a little bit more under the microscope at India. To my mind, it might make more sense for the co-authors to continue looking a little bit more closely at India rather than adding some other case studies.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Yes.
Great. Okay, there's some any further questions on Barry's paper? All right, I'll just allow maybe Lawrence 1 minute to respond to some of the questions on his paper. Lawrence, are you there? Do you want to quickly tackle that, and then we'll end the session and get to the final session, which is to close the conference.
Now I've kind of written a thesis, I think, on the response side, but
yes.
So I don't have anything more to add that.
Okay.
I do have a comment on Barry's stuff in that I think the South African authorities would be super interested in this kind of analysis. We're not a high growth economy. Our growth is below. We have 70% or something debt to GDP. It's also local, but we have a massive growth constraint at 2%. We don't seem to break it. And our midterm budget review or policy was just announced a few days ago. And these issues, it was remarkable the similarities in the issues you were dealing with pertain to South Africa. So I'm interested in seeing your paper as well. Not my area, but it just commonalities is very interesting.
Great. Well, with that, we'll close the session. Thank you, Marina, Lawrence, and Barry very much for very interesting papers. And I'll switch over to the vote of thanks to Dibyendu. Thank you very much, all of you.
Lawrence, don't go ahead. I mean, be there. So before I start, I would ask all the organizers to unmute videos, and they should be taken in the spotlight. Surendra Kumar, Paramjit, can you unmute videos? Okay, and Paramjit, are you there? Yeah. Okay. So once again, good morning, good noon, good evening, good night to all those who've been attending 2 days conference from different parts of the world. So myself, Dibyendu Maiti, is one of the organizers of this event. I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose vote of thanks to this special occasion. As you know, the event is organized under the aegis of Indian Chairships of BRICS 2021. And as a part of this engagement, the India is hosting under the education stream this year, Delhi School of Economics, the University of Delhi, the lead institution, and the Indian Statistical Institute, Delhi Center, partner institutions, is organized this conference on growth and development in BRICS economics. Let me also inform you that the program has been assisted by a number of institutes identified by the partner countries. Altogether, 12 institutes in the domain of economics are collaborating in these initiatives. The chairship in these initiatives moves between the partner countries every year, and most probably this might actually go to South Africa if Lawrence agrees next year. Of course, we might need to also hold another event sometimes in summer, but we don't know yet. We haven't planned. The BRICS network initiatives has been started a couple of years back, but we could not effectively join, to be honest. But pandemic had bad many things, but has definitely benefited us to take advantage of to hold some initiatives on virtual mode, because this has been the least cost mode for us, because we don't have much funding to hold this kind of on face-to-face mode. So with that, let me first record the presence of nearly 100 participants in Zoom meetings at a time, and more than 50 viewers in YouTube. We would have expected little bit more, but of course, this is not on our hand. This covers the participants from across the globe, not only from partner countries, but also beyond BRICS nations. And it could include students, research scholars, faculty members, government officials, as well as the representatives of the regions and international organizations. On behalf of the organizing committee, I thank each of you to make this event success. I also thank to the Vice Chancellors, Delhi University, Professor Jogesh Singh, and the Director, Indian Statistical Institute, Professor Sangamika Bandyopadhyay, and Dr. Michael Patro, Reserve Bank of India, for their gracious talk in the inaugural sessions. I'd also like to thank all the chairs, invited speakers, session speakers for taking their time out to present their latest pieces of work in the conference and make it more interactive and interesting. We are really indebted to each of them. I also thank to the organizing teams. So you can see them, led by Professor Pami Dua, Chetan Ghate, Professor Surendra Kumar, Professor Paramjit Singh. Thanks is also due to our IT support team, Raju Chauhan, Sanveer Bhatt, Deepika Garg, Adarsh Upadhyay, Mrityunjay Beast. I also thanks to the staffs of the Director Office and the Department Office, who also extended their help. They put their almost 2 weeks for arranging this conference and offered background supports. Without their supports, this event was not possible. Thank you very much. But last but not the least, I also thank to ITG team member, BRICS partner countries, identifying the speakers and the partner countries, popularizing this event, especially Lawrence Edward and Bruno is there. Bruno, I need to bring Bruno in the spotlight. Yeah, Bruno, yes. So, thanks Lawrence and Bruno for providing us excellent help from identifying speakers, and without your help, we would have not actually been, making any success to make it popular, or because you helped a lot, to be honest. So we assume that we'll get to similar kind of supports and a stronger collaboration for future events. And thank you very much. With this, I conclude the vote of thanks session. So I hand it over to Kwame or Chetan.
Well, a very big thank you to everyone. So the organizers, the Vice Chancellor, the governance of the university, governance of Indian Statistical Institute, also all the participants, the chairs and the speakers. And I think it's been a wonderful event, and I am sure that you will agree with me. And there are several takeaways in terms of how we should take this forward, and also what we should do with all the knowledge that we have gained here. So, we can consider putting together a special issue, and I will get in touch with you regarding that, and you can also start thinking about that. And some of you had a lot of research in progress, but were not able to present because of the time constraints. And so I encourage all of you also who have been in touch with me and were not able to get a spot in the conference to think about the special issue, and we will try to accommodate all these papers as well. So I thank you all again, and also request your support in future activities. And I now hand it over to Chetan. So if you would like to say a few words, Chetan.
Yeah, just thank you everybody once again. And I'm looking at the time, and we're 9:27. We were supposed to finish at 9:25, so that's quite miraculous.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you to Bruno, Lawrence in particular, as Dibyendu mentioned. Thank you for all your support. Marina as well. This was a very interesting conference. I learned a lot and met a lot of new people. So it's definitely something to be encouraged and continued. So thank you once again.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right. Yeah.
Thanks.
So thanks also to Dibyendu. He played a big role in doing all that. So thank you very much, Dibyendu, along with Chetan and all partner institutions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
This concludes our conference here. Yeah.
Yeah. Bye.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, and well done. Nice conference. Thanks.
Thank you. Bye. Bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you so much. It was great.
Thanks, Bruno. Special thanks to you. Yeah.